Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. What caused the beauty queen's life to be stolen? It is said that beauty is a strong force that can save the world, but regrettably, it does not always translate into happiness and can even cause problems. Gorgeous girls are constantly the focus of attention and typically have a large following. But in addition to admirers and customers, famous beauties and crowned beauty queens are surrounded by a large number of jealous people, well-wishers, and obsessive stalkers who sometimes act erratically. The terrible death of young Kimberly Oliveira became one of the most startling and impactful cases in South America. The girl who competed for the title of Miss Brazil and won other beauty pageants was cruelly and deceitfully deprived of her life. Her aspirations for popularity and recognition were drastically different from what the model had anticipated. People adored Kimberly's freshness and beauty, and her name did become well known outside of her home nation. Both the numerous heights she may have still attained and the horrible way she passed away in her prime period appalled them at the same time. Kimberly Oliveira was who? On February 26, 1998, Kimberly Karen Mota de Oliveira was born in the small, charming Brazilian town of Manacapuru, which is part of the state of Amazonas municipality of the same name. She grew up with her two younger brothers as the only daughter and eldest child in Naila and Jose Oliveira's family. It might be claimed that the girl, who had Indian, Spanish, and Brazilian ancestry, won the genetic lottery. Her stunning appearance attracted the attention of everyone in her vicinity like a magnet. Kimberly was petite and feminine, with a brilliant smile, thick, opulent hair, and perfect skin. With both adults and peers comparing her to an angel, the beauty was accustomed to widespread attention, affection, and admiration. She loved swimming, participated in dancing and gymnastics from an early age, and was very particular about her looks and demeanor. She learned foreign languages, went to the theater frequently, read a lot, and did exceptionally well in school at the same time. Kimberly, who was already in her teens, started taking part in beauty pageants where she won prizes and posed for ads and clothing catalogs. Given that her mother, Naila, was also a well-known beauty in her younger years and had won multiple titles, including Miss Manicure, she was certain in high school that she wanted to tie her life to the modeling industry. But after being married, Naila gave up her modeling profession to support her family and raise their 3 kids. Kimberly enjoyed to pose in front of the camera and recognized her exceptional physical characteristics. She participated in exhibitions, was frequently featured in fashion magazines, and was formally crowned the most beautiful girl in her hometown. She was also a strong candidate for Miss Brazil and made it to the finals of the Miss Amazonas competition in 2017, ready to compete again. She might have advanced to renowned competitions like Miss World or Miss Universe if she had won. Oliveira was well aware, nevertheless, that charm and beauty were insufficient to prevail at this level. There, contestants are also assessed on their moral character, education, philanthropic endeavors, and other factors. Candidates for the title of beauty queen must also be free of criminal histories, legal troubles, and nude picture shoots. Kimberly avidly supported sports, good eating, and a healthy lifestyle on her social media sites. She also shared pictures from different photo shoots, talked about her life, and just engaged with her increasing fan base. Her page on a well-known social media platform reached tens of thousands of followers by 2019. The model wanted to inspire and motivate her followers by being a role model. She made the decision to go to college when she was 19 with the goal of becoming a dentist by enrolling in medical school. Kimberly relocated to Manaus, the capital and largest city, in order to accomplish this. Her maternal uncle Henry lived in the state of Amazonas. She went from a small, peaceful area to a large, busy city after passing the required tests and starting university, eventually relocating to her family home. Oliveira made friends, adjusted to her new surroundings fast, and managed to balance her education with involvement in various projects and sports commercial campaigns. Tenacious and crafty admirer. When Kimberly had free time between studying and picture assignments, she would typically hang out with her pals in different locations as a big group. A dashing young man called Rafael Fernandez Rodriguez approached Kimberly and her close friend as they were having a good time at a well-known club in the fall of 2019. He offered to buy Oliveira a beverage because he wanted to get to know her. The model, however, who was used to the increased attention and knew how to respond to such circumstances, graciously rejected, stating that she was not alone and that she didn't require anything. Raphael merely went after apologizing for the disruption. However, the girl was still unaware that the stranger had planned and choreographed the entire incident. In actuality, the man had been paying close attention to the young model on social media for a year or two, but he had never tried to get in touch with her until that day. He chose to appear to be seeing her for the first time and only want to meet her because he was familiar with the locations the beauty frequented. Rodriguez, who was 31 at the time, had just gotten divorced and was completely enamored with the prospect of meeting Kimberly and falling in love with her after reading on social media that the model had relocated to Manaus. He likewise relocated to the city, where he rented a large apartment in a posh residential complex and promptly secured a lucrative position in corporate law, thanks to his legal education. He then started carrying out his strategy, keeping a careful eye on Oliveira and waiting for the ideal opportunity to speak with her. Raphael made the decision to come out of hiding and began sending the girl private messages on social media, inviting her out on a date, following the failed attempt to meet at the nightclub. For several months, he also consistently liked and commented on every post the model made on her profile. Since she frequently found herself in similar circumstances, and this man didn't especially stand out, she ignored the obstinate follower and gave him no particular attention. In an attempt to win their friendship and trust, Rodriguez then modified his strategy and added Kimberly's friends, classmates, and even family to his list of acquaintances. This strategy worked, and he was able to get her phone number from a close friend. Then, the maniacal stalker started sending her messages on instant chat, proposing to meet up. The man examined the thing he admired, well, being aware of her preferences, travel habits, musical tastes, and so forth. He began going to training sessions outside, sometimes led by Oliveira herself, and it was only there that he was able to get her attention. After speaking for a while, they started phoning and contacting each other frequently on social media. Despite the fact that the two young people were about 10 years apart in age, Raphael was able to attract the girl's attention because he was well prepared. The man approached the girl with caution, attempting to court and please her in a lovely way without frightening her away or causing her to forget about him. His strategy was successful, and Kimberly and Raphael formally began dating in March 2020 after declaring their relationship. The passionate owner, the handsome and romantic man who tried his hardest to earn the beauty's love, showed his true nature. He immediately began tracking his sweetheart's every action as soon as they started dating, demanding to know where she went, who she spoke to, who messaged her, and everything else. At first, the girl even thought it was funny because she had never been restrained or managed before. But things became worse every day, and Raphael started acting more aggressively and invasively. He now made decisions over who Kimberly could block, who she could reply to, when she could go live, and which pictures she could share on social media. She soon became weary of this. They got into a heated dispute as he tried to establish personal limits the man couldn't breach. Rodriguez had to make amends and provide an apology. He offered the girl a big bouquet of flowers and invited her to a fancy restaurant. After every fight, he said this again. The man promised Oliveira he would never leave him and provided her expensive presents or romantic dates at hip places to keep her from leaving him after he had followed her so long and relentlessly. Kimberly was complaining to her friends more and more about her partner, claiming that she was unable to move further without his consent. Even at the university, Raphael prohibited her from talking to men. He also stole her phone without her consent, reviewed her messages and calls, and then made a scene. At times, he became so enraged that the girl worried about her safety. Her friends acknowledged that this was unusual and suggested that she speak with the man seriously before leaving him before it was too late if nothing changed. Knowing that she would soon have a successful modeling profession, diploma, defense, international travel, fashion magazine photo shoots, popularity, and recognition, Kimberly also realized she didn't want to live this way. She didn't want to sacrifice all for shaky relationships with an obsessive and unstable owner who tried to control, limit, and treat her like an object. Final judgment by the beginning of May 2020. Kimberly made the decision to end her relationship with Raphael after 2 arduous months, but she wasn't sure how to do it without making him angry. She waited for the ideal opportunity to break the news, but there was no longer any room for delay. Kimberly always spent Mother's Day with her mother, which was observed on May 10, in Brazil, but she was unable to visit her homeland to celebrate her mother because of the COVID-19 pandemic's restrictions in 2020. Rather, Kimberly shared a picture of them together, along with heartfelt words of appreciation and a heartfelt message. Nayla was receiving treatment at the hospital at the time following her cancer diagnosis. Kimberly and a few pals, including Raphael, went for a run at the park after posting. Everyone who saw the pair that day said they were having a lovely conversation and weren't fighting, and only her close friend was aware that the model had already decided she was going to split from her boyfriend that night. Kimberly called her uncle at midday and informed him that she would be spending the day with Gabriella, her best friend, but would go back home to sleep. She later called Henry once more, promising to return by midnight and requesting that he not lock the front door since she had forgotten her keys. While at her friend's house, Kimberly practiced what she was going to say to her boyfriend. She picked her words carefully to avoid offending him and causing any angry outbursts, and even though it was really tough, she finally seemed to have found the right delicate phrases and was prepared for the crucial conversation. Henry followed instructions and went to bed, completely trusting his niece in the evening. Raphael showed up at her friend's house in his brand new white Audi at around 9 o'clock in the evening. Kimberly said goodbye to Gabriella, smiled as she walked out to him, and sat down beside the driver in the passenger seat. Nobody ever saw the girl alive again, and the couple's disappearance was strange. When Henry awoke on the morning of May 11 and saw that his niece was not home, he got quite concerned. Kimberly always let him know when she would be coming back and if she was going to spend the night at a friend's house. Her phone was off when he tried to reach her. Gabriella informed him that Kimberly had gone out with her boyfriend and had not been in contact since. It was odd that Raphael didn't answer when Henry called him. The fact that the girl had never before skipped her university classes was quickly revealed. By midday, Henry went to the police to report the girl and her boyfriend's absence because he was certain that his niece was missing and that no one had seen her. The authorities, however, simply sneered at him, claiming that Oliveira and her partner were adults who could travel anywhere they pleased without anybody knowing. The missing girl's pals and Henry started their own search. Raphael's flat was their first stop, but nobody answered the door. Additionally, his car was not in the parking space. Kimberly's loved ones knew she would never go missing without alerting anybody, even though everything suggested the two had actually gone somewhere together. In the evening, Henry informed his sister Nayla of the situation over the phone. He couldn't wait any longer because his relative, who was suffering from a serious illness, had been attempting to get in touch with her daughter all day and had a suspicion that something wasn't right. Since Kimberly avoided trouble, didn't maintain bad company, and didn't have any hazardous habits, he tried to reassure her that nothing negative could have occurred to her. Kimberly's pals started sharing her pictures on their social media profiles and in other groups. Give up inquiring about the whereabouts of the girl and her boyfriend Raphael. The teenage model was well known, so when word spread that she had vanished, thousands of followers joined the hunt. But that didn't work either. Unsettling finding in a locked apartment. The police didn't start investigating until May 12, almost 2 days after the pair vanished. Raphael's apartment was the subject of a search warrant, since it might hold information regarding the young people's location. However, everyone was astonished by what the authorities found when they broke through the locked door and entered the building. Sadly, there was nothing that could be done to save Kimberly, who was in one of the rooms. The young girl's lifeless body was covered with a sheet and lay on the bedroom floor in a big pool of her own blood. Additionally, the bed had multiple huge blood stains, and practically every room had blood smears and traces on the carpets and floor coverings. In order to prevent anyone from suspecting that a body was in the flat, the criminal clearly fled after realizing that his attempts to conceal the evidence were ineffective and turned the air conditioner on full blast to slow down the body's decomposition. 4 stab wounds, 2 to the neck and 2 to the chest, were discovered on the victim's body by the forensic specialists. The huge kitchen knife that was used was found in the adjacent room, along with the criminal's unmistakable fingerprints and bloodstains. The offender simply threw it on the ground without making any attempt to remove it or remove any traces. The girl was probably attacked unexpectedly because there were no defensive wounds or indications of a struggle on her body. She was killed on the floor after being struck in the neck, severing her carotid artery, but it seems the attack took place on the bed. The owner of the residence was missing, along with his documents, bank cards, car keys, and a few personal belongings. The condition of the room suggested that he had departed quickly. Rafael was reclassified as the main suspect in the heinous crime, even though he had previously been listed as missing. However, where can we search for him, and is it possible that he has already left the country? Find the elusive perpetrator. The forensic analysis verified that the missing Rodriguez's fingerprints were on the crime weapon. Any lingering suspicions regarding the man's guilt were eliminated when it was discovered that the apartment was occupied solely by the criminal and the victim at the time of the incident. Police stations all around the state received alerts about Rafael right once, and social media was used extensively to spread the word that a dangerous criminal was being sought and to ask for any information regarding his whereabouts. The white Audi that the man was driving was also searched for. Detectives examined every report from watchful residents because they knew that every minute mattered. In the nearby state of Caracaroí, a white Audi was discovered smashed in a ditch on the side of the road on May 13. It turned out that the suspect owned the vehicle. Rafael was seen speeding on surveillance footage. He apparently lost control. The vehicle went off the road and flipped over. The extent of the driver's injuries and his whereabouts were unknown, though. After an unsuccessful attempt to cross the border, there were rumors that he may have hitched a ride to the Venezuelan border and then fled there. It was quickly discovered that the individual hurt in the collision had, in fact, been taken to a nearby town by a passing vehicle. After removing nearly all of the funds from his account, Rodriguez took a taxi to the closest bank and then continued on to the border town of Boa Vista. He then made an attempt to flee prosecution by walking across the border into Venezuela. Luckily, limitations brought on by the deteriorating COVID-19 scenario prevented him from leaving the country. They wouldn't let the man pass. Detectives discovered that the suspect opted to hide in the forested area while waiting for the situation to calm down, instead of returning to Boa Vista, a city of around 300,000 people, and trying to blend in. The fugitive was located in a small hut deep in the forest, nearly hidden by the surroundings, after a few days of searching. But things didn't go as planned with the arrest. Men brandishing machetes, whom Rodriguez had hired from the local community for personal protection and lavished them with cash, unexpectedly attacked the cops. Thankfully, there was no violence. The authorities warned the bodyguards that helping the criminal might have major legal repercussions for both them and Rafael, as they displayed their badges and indicated that they were there to capture a dangerous criminal. The authorities had all the proof of the primary suspect's guilt by the time he was taken into custody, so there was no use in disputing it. According to surveillance footage, Kimberly got into his car, drove to his house, and climbed up to his apartment. A few hours later, Rodriguez fled the site by himself. It's interesting to note that the couple seemed at ease, smiling and having a great conversation in every video. Rafael casually left the apartment without showing signs of fear, regret, or guilt. The suspect gave a pretty odd account of what happened that day, but he acknowledged his guilt under the weight of the evidence. He claims that after deciding to enjoy a romantic evening, he and his sweetheart went to his place and shared private moments. After that, Rafael decided to examine Kimberly's phone while she was taking a shower and discovered that she had been conversing with other men on social media. Before he confronted her about it, he went to the kitchen and took a big knife and concealed it behind a pillow. He said he merely intended to frighten her in case she tried to trick him, not to hurt her. Rafael began grilling Oliveira about who she was speaking to as soon as she lay on the bed after taking a shower. "I'm not talking to any men," the girl responded with a simple smile. Rodriguez was furious about this. He became aware that his sweetheart was making fun of him and lying. Reaching for the knife, he swiftly struck her heart twice. Without having time to comprehend or fight back, the victim tumbled from the bed onto the floor, where the assailant struck her neck twice more, killing her. Rafael tried to hide the evidence after realizing what he had done, but he soon realized it was pointless. He just covered the body with a sheet and turned the air conditioner on full blast to make the room as chilly as possible, slowing the decomposition process, because he couldn't remove the body from the apartment undetected, and the suspicion would still be on him. Witness statements. Gabriela, Kimberly's closest friend, gave a witness statement in which she gave an entirely different account of what happened. That night, she said, Kimberly had finally made the decision to quit her relationship with her violent and mentally ill partner. Knowing that one incorrect word could make Rafael furious, she had taken her time crafting her response. Knowing that Kimberly's behaviors were always unexpected, Gabriella argued that Kimberly would never have joked about messaging other guys or been intimate with a man she intended to leave. Rodriguez's ex-wife, another witness, attested to his cruelty and his unpredictable outbursts of rage that affected everyone in his vicinity. Their divorce was primarily caused by his hostility. Rafael's mother, Fatima, was his sole advocate, claiming that he was a wonderful man who never intended to hurt anyone. She blamed her boy's immorality on Kimberly, her ex-daughter-in-law, and everyone else. After the trial, Rodriguez's father realized what a monster he had created, but he did not survive to witness the sentencing. By standing in front of a train, the old guy decided to take his own life. His widow maintained that it was an accident, claiming that her husband fell onto the rails by accident after feeling ill. The surveillance footage, however, unequivocally demonstrated otherwise. By obtaining fresh psychiatric assessments, the defendant's legal team continually postponed the case and promoted the narrative of his insanity. Rafael was ultimately found to be competent to face trial for his horrible deed. Almost a year and a half after the heinous incident, the trial started in October 2021. Rafael was given a remarkably light sentence of just 14 years in prison, which was later lowered by another year, despite the overwhelming proof of his guilt. The defense's successful claim that their client committed the crime while in a rage was the reason for this result. As a result, he was given a much lower sentence rather than life in jail. Nyla Oliveira, Kimberly's mother, died on October 28, the day of the sentencing, following a protracted fight with cancer. From her hospital bed, where she was in critical condition, she had watched every court session via video call. Her heart stopped a few hours after the verdict was declared. In less than a year and a half, the Oliveira family lost two members they loved, their beloved sister and daughter, then their mother and devoted wife. Since her son was the only close relative she had left following her husband's passing, Rodriguez's mother resolved to wait for him to be released from prison. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Beautiful, wealthy, famous, and successful women can be deeply unhappy in their personal lives. The Turkish arabesque performer Belgian Cyril Miser, also known as Bergen, was tortured by her husband for many years. She is a well-known figure in Turkey and around the world. He beat her, disfigured her face with acid, and eventually shot her. Our heroine today is Edith Rosario Bermeo Cisneros, an Ecuadorian performer, television actress, music producer, and lingerie designer also known as Sharon La Hechiquera, or simply Sharon, through her own hard work, perseverance, and talent. She has risen to heights beyond imagination, becoming one of Ecuador's and Latin America's top stars. Karen wished for simple female happiness, family comfort, and a peaceful harbor to which she could return every evening and simply be herself. But the man she loved, her husband and the father of her child, saw in her only an endless source of funds for his trouble, free and carefree existence. This man was ultimately responsible for the death of the nation's favorite in 2015. However, despite widespread publicity, the final point in this high-profile case has yet to be resolved. Sharon lacks a biography from her early years. The future star was born on March 28, 1974, in Santiago de Guayaquil, a large metropolis. Located on the Guayas River in Ecuador's province, the girl's full name was given at birth. Sounds like Edith Rosario Bermeo Cisneros. She grew up in a simple, modest family with two other children. Soon after her daughter's birth, the entire family relocated to Duran, where the future queen of techno, Cumbia, spent her childhood and youth. Edith was a bright, active, and artistic girl from a young age. At home, she was affectionately known as Charo or Charito, and this nickname later became part of her stage name. Edith grew up watching the popular American comedy television show B with another name, My Wife Bewitched Me. Her idol and object of imitation was the show's main star, cult actress Elizabeth Montgomery, Then the same girl changed her name to Charo, Enchantress, and aspired to replicate her favorite actress's success. She has always been interested in music and enjoys singing. She had a good musical ear and decent vocal data, but calling them outstanding was difficult. Nonetheless, the girl won over everyone with her natural charm, artistry, and ability to reincarnate. At the age of 8, she won the City Children's Festival by performing Foxing Taiko compositions in Los Angeles. By the time she graduated from high school, she had won numerous awards in local and regional music competitions. She aspired to be a famous singer and perform on stage, but her parents were skeptical. They believed that the heiress lacked the talent to become a star, and that because their family had no connections in the entertainment industry, a career as a performer was not worth pursuing. Edith, following the advice of her family, decided to attend university, pursuing a more practical and down-to-earth career as a public relations specialist at the State University of Guayaquil's Faculty of Communication Sciences. Her dream of becoming a singer, however, remained unfulfilled. He believes that everything has a time and that she should wait a little before pursuing the most appropriate path to fame. While attending university, Edith worked as an assistant teacher and kindergarten teacher, a seller of sweets and maroca, a traditional Ecuadorian drink, and a dancer in the local creative team, performing as a warm-up act for visiting popular artists and musical groups. But all of this was just to save money, which he later used to record her debut music album, Braveheart, which was released in 1998. In 2005, the singer released her third studio album and received the prestigious award for being the first solo techno-cumbia artist in the country to top the music charts. In 2010, she released her fourth album, Poco a Poco. 2 years later, her fifth album was released, which unfortunately became the last in her life and career from the early 2000s until her untimely death in 2015. Sharon was the author, host, and co-host of numerous entertainment programs and TV shows broadcast on TV channels in Ecuador and other Latin American countries. She has appeared in several television series and has worked as a public relations specialist for Canela TV. In addition to a successful career in music and television, he has decided to try her hand as a fashion designer, creating seductive lingerie from her own sketches. And in this case, she waited for success, and the brand she created quickly gained popularity among women across America. Sharon was not interested in doing whatever business. She was successful in every way, reaching new heights and receiving recognition. Personal life of the performer. Despite her dizzying success on stage, television, and in the fashion industry, one of Ecuador's most prominent stars had a less than idyllic personal life. She disliked discussing this topic with the press and avoided answering such questions from journalists at all costs. However, Sharon La Haxera was constantly in the crosshairs of numerous photo and video cameras, making hiding anything from prying eyes impossible. It is known that in the mid-1990s, the aspiring performer was romantically involved with Eduardo Gray, an entrepreneur and music producer. The couple had been officially engaged for several years, but the wedding did not take place. Although Edith gave birth to a daughter from her lover, whom she named Samantha, the daughter inherited her mother's entrepreneurial spirit and artistry, becoming a well-known performer and actress. Despite her best efforts and connections, she was unable to surpass her mother. Sharon began a new romance shortly after her breakup with Eduardo. This time, her chosen one was a little-known television operator, whom she met while working on a telenovelia. Their relationship grew quickly, and after a brief engagement, the couple held a modest wedding, attempting to conceal the event from others. However, the information quickly became public, and the marriage itself lasted only a short time. The performer preferred to remain silent on the reasons for his sudden divorce. Later on, the artist had romantic relationships with a well-known impresario named Pedro Francisco, a young ballet dancer who performed with her on stage, and some of her star colleagues. Unfortunately, none of these romances progressed to a serious level, and Sharon ended her relationship with her boyfriend for various reasons. The performer declined to comment on the events in her personal life. She raised a career-oriented daughter, but still hopes to find a worthy, loving man in her life. Relationship with Giovanni Lopez. In 2009, the performer met Giovanni Lopez, a young man who was more than 10 years her junior. He was born in Ecuador but moved to the United States with his parents when he was a young child. The family settled in New York City, where Giovanni spent most of her childhood and adolescence. They first met during the singer's large tour in the United States. But at the time, their communication was limited to work, and Lopez assisted in the organization of Sharon's performance. Even so, these two have most likely developed some sympathy for one another. Furthermore, it turned out that the young man was a longtime fan of the Queen of Technocumbia, and he was thrilled to have the opportunity to work with her directly. A year later, Giovanni decided to return to his native Ecuador. He brought with him designs he had created for artists, including one for Sharon specifically. So began their collaboration, and almost immediately a stormy romance developed between them. At the start of this relationship, the performer was already 36 years old, while Giovanni was only 24. However, the 12-year age difference did not embarrass them, and the couple was unconcerned about what others would think of them or how the media would write about them. Almost immediately, the lovers moved in and decided to live together. However, it should be noted that the performer's parents and daughter treated her new chosen one with caution, and Giovanni immediately disliked it, and they concluded that the young man's twisted romance with the star was solely for selfish reasons, and that he did not love her at all, but only wanted to use her. Sharon ignored the warnings of loved ones because he believed he had met the most important man in his life, with whom he would share many happy years. Soon after the couple married, they began to consider the birth of a common heir. However, they encountered a problem because the performer was unable to become pregnant. As a result, she decided to use in vitro fertilization, and in May 2012, the 38-year-old celebrity gave birth to a boy named Brian Giovanni Lopez. The abusive relationship Giovanni, they only tried to be a caring and loving man on whom you could rely on everything. However, as soon as the couple married and the performer became pregnant, the young husband's behavior began to change dramatically, and he literally transformed into a domestic tyrant. He no longer sought to earn money independently, and he was content with his position as an Alphonse. He willingly spent his wife's money on his own needs, entertainment, expensive clothes, and personal grooming. Lopez also began to abuse alcohol and appeared less and less frequently at home, preferring to spend time with friends and mistresses. To all of this, Giovanni began to openly insult his wife, pointing to her age and fading beauty. According to some reports, as a result of his offensive statements and remarks, Sharon decided to undergo a number of plastic surgeries in order to maintain her youth and resemble her husband. In particular, the performer enlarged her breasts and performed a number of cosmetic manipulations. However, all of her efforts were in vain and did not contribute to the restoration of family peace and harmony. The Queen of Technocumbia continued to work actively, starring in TV series, hosting entertainment shows, and preparing material for a new album. She tried to smile in public, claiming that she was finally content in her personal life. However, only people close to her knew about how things were really going in her family. In early 2014, when little Brian was not yet 2 years old, the artist made the first serious attempt to end the relationship with Giovanni, but he said that he would agree to give a divorce only if Sharon would give him half of his property and funds in her bank accounts so that he could continue to lead an idle and carefree lifestyle to which he was used. Sharon could not agree to these terms, so she began consulting with lawyers about how to end the marriage while keeping the property and full custody of their joint young son. By the end of the year, family life had become unbearable, but the couple continued to appear happy in public. One final family trip. On the eve of the New Year 2015, the performer gave a number of festive concerts, and she also starred alongside her star colleagues in several dedicated Christmas and New Year's events. After that, exhausted by her work, the young woman decided to take a small vacation to the warm coast with her friends, husband and son, to relax a little and try to gather her thoughts before deciding what she should do next. On the evening of January 3, 2015, the entire company decided to return. Because the journey was going to be long and they were driving, the friends decided to follow each other and stay in constant contact in case anyone needed assistance. They decided to pre-plan all of their stops along the way. Sharon had to drive the car that evening because her husband had consumed alcoholic beverages throughout the day. After a few hours, the company stopped at a gas station and decided to eat dinner in a roadside cafe. During the meal, the singer and her young husband got into a heated argument because Giovanni ordered another drink. Despite his earlier promise not to drink and drive, He allowed Sharon to rest and spend time with the child. The couple argued for about 30 minutes and couldn't agree on who would drive the car. Finally, their friends couldn't take it and asked if they could go on their way. The singer stated that she did not want to delay them due to family issues, so they could continue, and he and Giovanni would need to stay a little longer. The friends reluctantly agreed, and after another half hour, drove away, leaving the couple at a roadside cafe. They had no idea Sharon would die before they saw her again. Strange accident. On January 4, around 2:30 a.m., the friends received a phone call from an agitated Giovanni who asked them to return because there had been an accident and Sharon might have died. His words were shocking because he did not provide specifics, making it impossible to determine what had occurred on the night road. By the time they returned, emergency services were already on the scene, attempting to assist the victim and reconstruct the sequence of events. According to Giovanni, at around 1:15 a.m., on the highway to Del Spondilis, near the Ecuadorian province of Santa Elena, his wife got out of the car to comfort her crying son and change his diaper. At that point, another car smashed into her at high speed. Without stopping, this car sped away from the accident scene. The young woman was thrown a few dozen meters to the side of the road by the impact. When the ambulance arrives, she was still alive. She's been taken to the hospital. Despite the doctor's best efforts, Sharon died of massive injuries and internal bleeding. Giovanni was still drunk and confused during his testimony, and his story sounded strange and illogical. As a result, the police decided to detain him until the morning so that they could question him thoroughly. When he had come to his senses, Lopez confirmed the words of friends that he and his wife argued all evening and admitted that, despite his wife's promises and prohibitions, he defiantly drank alcohol in order not to drive and piss off Sharon. Giovanni's testimony: he did not see the license plate number of the car that hit his wife. He didn't remember the mate and only mentioned that the car was white. There were no CCTV cameras along that stretch of road. No witnesses could be found, and the accident itself appeared suspicious because Sharon did not even turn to the side of the road before leaving the cabin and did not ensure her safety. Although any vehicle on a straight, deserted road can be seen and heard from afar even at night, the longer the police tried to correlate all of the facts with Lopez's story, the more it resembled a premeditated murder. Giovanni was confused about the timing and chronology of events and could not recall details. Most interestingly, he couldn't explain why their car was facing the opposite direction of the road they were on. Following another interrogation, the deceased singer's husband was arrested as the primary suspect in her death, the autopsy results, and Sharon's funeral. The autopsy revealed that the deceased woman's body had numerous injuries consistent with a traffic accident. However, experts discovered a clear and fairly deep mark on Sharon's chest that could have been caused by a seatbelt. This fact raised additional questions and suspicions. Samantha, who spent the New Year's holidays with her boyfriend, was stunned when she learned about the tragedy from singer Sonia Ramos, a close friend and colleague of her mother. She called her father, Eduardo Gray, and asked him to come to her as soon as possible so that they could go to Sharon's house together and start planning the funeral. After making all the necessary preparations, the celebrity's body was transported to the Coliseum Voltaire Paladins Polo in the province of Guayaquil. Thousands of Ecuadorian friends, colleagues, and fans gathered to say goodbye to one of the brightest stars. Furthermore, this sad event was covered in all of the country's leading publications, and it was even announced on television one morning. Samantha, overcome with grief, sobbed on her father's shoulder, surrounded by her grandmother, grandfather, uncle, and aunt. The deceased celebrity's family refused to comment on what had occurred. None of them directly accused Giovanni of what happened, but they all demonstrated their disapproval of him through an investigation and a surprising court decision. The case was among the most high-profile in Ecuador's history. It received extensive media coverage and jeopardized the reputation of the country's judicial system. The initial verdict literally shocked the celebrity's relatives and fans, and the case's revision was so delayed that the final point in this matter has yet to be resolved. So the white car, which presumably hit the artist, was discovered a few days later. The car had characteristic damage, which experts have determined could have resulted from an accident. If you hit someone at high speed, the owner of the vehicle is a young woman named Tatiana Chavez, who has categorically denied any involvement in the accident. However, the prosecutor's office has opened criminal cases against Tatiana for negligent homicide and Giovanni Lopez for premeditated murder. His story sounded extremely unconvincing. He was confused and contradicted himself before recognizing the car and even claiming to have seen the driver, only to doubt his own words by referring to alcohol intoxication. In parallel, the deceased's daughter and parents issued a statement blaming the singer's husband for the incident. They believe he never loved Sharon and committed the murder to seize her money and custody of the child. Samantha stated that her mother had discussed the dissolution of their marriage with lawyers shortly before the tragedy. Samantha also stated that her younger brother, who was the only witness to the incident, cries all the time and repeats, "Daddy is bad." However, they did not involve the child as a witness in order to spare the boy further psychological trauma. After a detailed reconstruction of the events of that evening, Tatiana was ruled out as a suspect. By comparing the times and locations where Tatiana had been seen before and after the accident, it was determined that she could not have been physically near the accident site at that time, and her car had been damaged in another accident. The other car was soon identified as the one that struck Sharon. Luis Carrillo, the owner and driver that night, was arrested. By that point, he had already replaced the broken headlight and repaired other body damage. However, experts were able to determine that at the scene of the accident, shards of glass from his car were discovered. Luis admitted to everything and stated that Sharon literally fell under the wheels of his car, and he was so scared of what had happened that he simply drove away. Giovanni was convicted of manslaughter against his wife in June 2015. Experts determined that the woman's chest injury from the seatbelt was caused by her attempting to protect herself before her husband pushed her out of the car, directly under the wheels of another vehicle. However, Sharon's relatives and fans were taken aback by the court decision. Because her killer was only sentenced to 3 years in prison, he is seeking a retrial and appealing the new verdict. Such a lenient sentence sparked a media frenzy and prompted widespread protests across the country. People demanded just punishment for the murder of a celebrity and national favorite. Already in July of that year, the judges involved in the case were suspended and later dismissed. The new judicial staff overturned the previous verdict, citing a number of administrative and bureaucratic errors. All defense lawyers' attempts to challenge the reversal of the verdict were unsuccessful. Luis Carrillo was cleared of any responsibility for the singer's death, but he was charged with fleeing the scene and attempting to conceal evidence. But Giovanni Lopez was brought to every court session under heavy security to avoid attacks on him by Sharon fans. In October 2015, the singer's husband was found guilty of her death and sentenced to 26 years in prison. The court also considered Samantha's evidence of Giovanni's cruel treatment of her mother, as well as the fact that he blackmailed his wife by demanding a large sum of money in exchange for her consent to divorce. A few months later, 2 appeals were filed simultaneously. The prosecution demanded that the sentence be increased to the maximum of 35 years, while the lawyers argued that the new sentence was legal. However, both complaints were dismissed. In 2021, Lopez attempted to appeal the court's decision. In addition, he claimed that he was mistreated in prison and that his rights were violated severely. The prisoner even went on hunger strike to persuade the court to release him. He claimed that he was wrongfully convicted, while the primary perpetrator of the tragedy, Luis Guerrero, remained free. Giovanni appealed again in 2023, this time with a new lawyer, in the hopes of securing his release. It is worth noting that in this difficult case, the judge's composition was changed once more due to the revealed abuse of power. As a result, Lopez's defense team hopes to not only challenge the verdict, but also seek compensation for the years he spent in prison. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In the case of Jenna Burley, she was discovered in a plastic container outside of town while attending a friend's birthday celebration. It's challenging to infer a stranger's motivations from their appearance or speech alone. At first glance, a stranger may appear well-groomed, act courteously, and offer assistance with the best of intentions. In actuality, though, these people are frequently the ones who lure their selected victim into a false sense of security so they can be robbed, abducted, exploited, or killed. Unfortunately, the victim frequently discovers they have slipped into a lethal trap too late. In 2017, the nation was stunned by the tale of Jenna Burley, a regular American student and well-known blogger. Thousands of people first joined the hunt for the missing girl in the hopes that she was still alive, but nobody could believe what had occurred when the horrifying truth was made public. This party ended up being the last night of the girl's life, even though she had only gone to celebrate her friend's birthday. The disaster resulted from a sad combination of drunkenness and the innocent desire to put his trust in a charming stranger who just so happened to offer his assistance. Jenna Burley was who? Born on November 4, 1994 in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania's capital, Jenna Nicole Burley is the second of Edward and Jacqueline Burley's 4 children. Her parents never left each other after they fell in love in the late 1980s while attending a Philadelphia university. The couple then got married in the fall of 1991, and their first child, a daughter called Janelle, was born in 1992. Our story's heroine was born 2 years later, and shortly after, their sons, Jeffrey and Jacob, came into the world. The Burley family was committed to serving others. Edward was working at a hospital that specialized in patient rehabilitation following illnesses and injuries, while Jacqueline worked in a nursing home. In an effort to provide the best for their kids, the parents brought them up in a loving and caring environment. Along with her siblings, Jenna always had a close relationship with her parents. She was raised as a vibrant, upbeat, and active young woman with a creative side, a lot of charisma and leadership abilities. She loved animals, did well in school, acted in the school theater from an early age, and always had many of friends. The family Burley was neither poor nor rich. They made their home in Philadelphia, in a large home in the peaceful, comfortable Harleysville area. Jenna became the life of the party, gained friends fast, and fit right in with any group. The girl, who was always trying out different appearances and styles and occasionally came across as very lavish, dreamed of becoming a fashion designer in high school. Jenna, who occasionally resembled a hippie and other times an emo subculture member, wore vibrant makeup, dyed her hair multiple colors, and wore her clothes in a variety of fashions. She pushed her pals to question the ordinary routine since she loved making a statement. The adolescent girl regularly went to concerts, fairs, and other large gatherings that provided her with inspiration. Burley's opinions and interests started to change as she approached her high school graduation. Instead of pursuing a career in fashion design, she suddenly envisioned herself in the film industry. She took workshops at a nearby film studio to learn how to make short films, and her talent was immediately apparent as she handled each plot and production step with originality. Jenna also created accounts on a number of social media platforms at that time, where she kept up with her pages and shared her interests in life, as well as her thoughts on a range of important societal topics. The senior in high school immediately had a sizable fan base, and her viewership expanded swiftly as well. Following this lively, artistic girl who was always experimenting with her appearance and inspiring others to embrace self-expression seemed to be enjoyable. Before she knew it, Jenna had gained a following of several thousand people and was a fairly well-known blogger. The 18-year-old recent high school graduate studied media arts at a prominent college in sunny Florida in 2013. The student continued to actively maintain and grow her blog while studying, sharing anecdotes about her experiences with significant injuries, protracted despair, parties, and other forms of entertainment with friends, her involvement in the community and school life. After just one semester of college, Jenna returned home on December 20, 2013 to spend Christmas with her family. The weather was severe, and snow had already fallen on Philadelphia at that point. Jenna wore utterly improper shoes and failed to account for the stark contrast from Florida, which led to her slipping and falling and severely breaking her ankle before she ever made it to the house. A double fracture with displacement was discovered by X-ray, necessitating surgery and the installation of specific pins and plates. Burley was literally confined to a wheelchair for several months, since she was unable to bear any weight on her foot. She then had to go to regular physiotherapy sessions and relearn how to walk. In this time frame, additionally, she contracted pneumonia, which made her recuperation much more difficult and time-consuming. The girl was quite disappointed that she had to take a leave of absence from school in order to concentrate on getting better. She only found comfort in social media, where Jenna engaged in active communication with her followers, and in her personal blog, where she shared excerpts from her ideas and journal entries. Nearly every day, Jenna uploaded new videos in which she addressed a variety of subjects and answered questions. She was an outspoken opponent of zoos, dolphinariums, and other establishments that keep animals in captivity and use them for entertainment. She also raised awareness of the challenging situation of the homeless, pointing out that those in warm, temperate regions had it much easier than those in Pennsylvania, where those without a roof over their heads run the risk of freezing to death on the streets. Additionally, Jenna, who was already actively involved in charitable work on a regular basis, started planning fundraisers to provide necessities to homeless and animal shelters. Jenna started creating her own jewelry while she was recovering, selling it online and giving away all the money to help those in need. She emphasized that what may appear to be junk filling a closet to some could be a true treasure to someone less fortunate, and she actively urged her followers to donate unwanted stuff to charity. Jenna ended up staying at home for over a year rather than just a few months because the recuperation process took so long. She enjoyed the puppy she got from a local shelter during this period, and she wrote about it on her blog every day, sharing tales of their daily adventures. However, despite her outwardly positive attitude, Jenna experienced a severe depressive episode in the fall of 2014. She openly acknowledged that she needed professional assistance from a psychiatrist because she was unable to manage on her own any longer. Speaking candidly about her struggles with mental health, Burley shared her doctor's advice and talked about the support she received from her family and pet. During this time, the blogger's following increased many times as a result of the fact that many young people could identify with the difficulties she detailed and appreciated her candor. Jenna traveled to sunny California in the beginning of 2015 with her father and younger brother Jacob. In her social media posts, Jenna expressed how much better she felt, and the joyful pictures taken from the beach made it obvious how close she was to her family, the everlasting student. Jenna chose to transfer to a school in her hometown rather than go back to Florida when she recovered completely and traveled with her family. She enrolled in Montgomery County Community College, a Philadelphia suburb, and decided to live at her parents' house. Burley, meantime, kept up her blog and created quick films on a variety of subjects. After graduating with a bachelor's degree in the humanities, Jenna made the decision to attend college, enrolling at Temple University's School of Film in 2017. Jenna decided to remain at her family's house rather than move into a dorm, because the campus was only a half-hour drive away. She no longer needed to rely on family members for transportation to class because she had upgraded her room and purchased her own vehicle by that point. Jenna was 4 to 5 years older than her peers when she started university, having already reached the age of 22. Still, they were in agreement, celebrating, going to concerts, hanging around, and having a good time. The birthdays of each other. It is important to note that Temple University, one of the biggest universities in the nation, is situated nearly in the heart of the city. There are a lot of stores, malls, eateries, bars, and other establishments all around the university. Thus, life is busy here. You could say that after lessons, students always have a place to unwind and rest. Jenna was involved in an automobile accident on her way to school a few days after classes started in late August. Her automobile was severely damaged, but luckily she was not hurt because she was wearing a seatbelt. From that point on, she was typically driven to school in the mornings by her father or one of her younger brothers. Sometimes, if Jenna stayed in the city late, she would spend the night at a friend's house, but she always told her parents in advance. Fatal mix-up on Wednesday, August 30, 2017. At the party, Davis, a close friend and classmate of Jenna's, was going to one of the bars to celebrate his birthday. Among those invited to the celebration was Jenna, who was expected to spend the night at the birthday boy's house in order to attend class with him on Thursday morning. To ease her parents' anxiety that night, she told them ahead of time. Taking pictures and sharing them on social media was a lot of fun for Jenna Davis and her 5 friends. As they went from bar to bar, they made new acquaintances who joined them, wishing the birthday boy a happy birthday and raising a glass to his good health. The gathering had altered considerably by 11 p.m., and everyone was in a rather inebriated state. It was around midnight when the buddies ended up in a crowded little sports pub. Because his buddies had planned a surprise for him, which involved kidnapping him and bringing him to another location, the birthday boy had moved aside. He told Burley about it and asked her to text him when she was going to be to his apartment so they could spend the night together. Jenna and the others remained in the pub. A couple students invited Jenna to stay at their house, and several sober drivers offered to drive her anywhere she wanted to go. However, Jenna said that she had previously arranged to visit Davis' home, but by 1 in the morning, friends started to depart, and Burley was unaware that everyone who had offered her a ride or a place to stay had already vanished. A mix-up happened, with disastrous results. Until the very last minute, Jenna thought she would go with someone from the bar, so she bid her pals farewell and promised to remain a little while longer. She was seated at the bar with a bunch of strangers when she finally realized what was going on, and they quickly departed as well. When Jenna realized she was alone and that the bar was shutting at 2 in the morning, she began messaging Davis to implore him to come get her. But the man didn't hear anything because he was asleep at home, and his phone was in a different room. Jenna attempted to call some additional pals, but they were either not able to hear their phones or were too inebriated to answer. It didn't seem safe to stroll around the city alone at night, and she didn't want to disturb her parents. The student's disappearance. Upon checking his phone in the morning, Davis got extremely worried after initially believing Jenna had spent the night somewhere else. Jenna had sent him multiple messages and made 2 attempts to call him, requesting that he pick her up from the bar. The final message she sent was simply, "Help me." Her phone went off when he attempted to call her back. Burley never showed up to the university, but he still thought his friend was all well and would attend class as normal. None of the friends who had joined them at the bar the previous evening had hosted the student in the afternoon, so Davis called and paid them a visit. To find out if Jenna had come home, one of her pals called her parents. She recounted what had transpired after they said no, and Edward and Jacqueline hurried to the college in less than 30 minutes. To discover out where and who had last seen their daughter, they talked to her pals. The Burleys went straight to the police to report their daughter missing after receiving no helpful information, requesting that a search be conducted right away. Jenna had sent numerous classmates notes requesting assistance, which added to the urgency of the situation. The academic buildings and dorms were the first locations examined, but the missing student was nowhere to be found. After that, the police called nearby hospitals, but no women who fit Jenna's description had been admitted in the previous 24 hours. The last time they saw the student was in the sports bar, according to everyone who had dealt with her the night before. She was dressed in blue pants and a motivational white t-shirt. She had a light blue hoodie knotted around her waist with a slogan on the front. Her long black hair, which was braided into 2 pigtails, was another distinctive characteristic. News of Burley's disappearance soon went viral on social media because she was a very well-known blogger. Thousands of her admirers sent messages requesting assistance in finding her and urging anyone with knowledge to come forward to the kind and tenacious stranger. The bartender instantly recalled the girl with the braids who stayed late after everyone else had departed when the cops came at the bar where the missing student was last seen. She appeared disoriented, was heavily intoxicated, and was phoning and texting all the time. Around 2 in the morning, her phone signal was last picked up in the same neighborhood. We looked over the surveillance footage from the cameras inside the pub and at the entrance. Jenna was spotted by the cops sitting by herself at the bar, sipping a cocktail and messaging. A man came up to her at 1:30 a.m. Eastern, struck up a discussion, and then bought her a drink. Before they left the bar, they sat together for roughly 20 minutes. They were both strolling unsteadily as if they were really drunk, just before it closed. The bartender identified a frequent client right away and even named him Joshua Hupperters when he was shown the video and asked if he knew the man. The bartender claimed that Joshua was practically a daily visitor and that on the previous evening, he showed a special interest in the lonely beauty by purchasing her cocktails and continuously inviting her to his home. Joshua had just reached 29 when the authorities learned that he had previously attended Temple University but had taken a lengthy academic leave and never graduated. He lived only 5 minutes from the bar where he was spotted with Jenna, and he was always hanging out with students. He and his friend Jack Miley had a large apartment that he rented in a building across the street. When they finally got in touch with Joshua later that night, he said he had been so inebriated the previous evening that he had no recollection of a girl from the pub. He consented to be questioned, but shortly after, his phone was switched off, so the police went to Hupperter's flat to speak with him. Jack, the primary suspect, was at home and allowed the cops to enter without any problems. There was chaos in almost every room of the man's flat, which resembled a normal bachelor pad. Jack said that the previous evening, he and his companion had really gone to the sports bar and consumed a lot of alcohol. After Joshua picked up a girl, Jack made the decision to go home so they could have some solitude. According to Jack, he went straight to bed and didn't hear if he was alone or when his roommate returned home. Joshua was concerned when he abruptly began cleaning the kitchen the following day. He had a serious cut on his hand and new scratches on his face. Joshua described this as a regrettable mishap, stating that he had slipped into some bushes while intoxicated. After lunch, he vanished, leaving his phone off and taking some of his possessions with him without informing his friend of his whereabouts or the duration of his absence. The guys resided in a big apartment with a second exit that led to the backyard, which was unguarded. There was a roll of paper towels on a dresser, smeared with what appeared to be blood, and a pair of men's sandals beside the entrance with odd brownish stains. Additionally, the kitchen smelled strongly of cleaning supplies, and there were multiple empty cleaning product bottles lying about the floor. All of this sparked serious suspicions, and Joshua was subsequently regarded as the primary suspect in the student's disappearance case. When the authorities looked into Upper Terrace's past more, they found that he was born and reared in Philadelphia and that he had experienced trauma from the early death of his father, who had been brutally murdered. Joshua attended Temple University until he was 29 years old, but he never received his degree. He has previously been involved in legal troubles for selling illegal narcotics to pupils. He had also been accused several times with assaults against women in an effort to force them into intimacy and had served several months for burglary. There was still no word on the whereabouts of the missing girl, and the search and initial questioning of the fugitive revealed that the suspect could be quite dangerous. After the FBI became involved in the inquiry, it was quickly established that Joshua's phone had last been in use in Wayne County, close to a lake approximately 230 miles north of Philadelphia. The fugitive may be hiding in the home of his grandmother, who was found to reside in the neighborhood. In fact, Hupperters was captured at the home of his maternal grandmother. He didn't resist and seemed at ease. He insisted that he was intoxicated on the night of August 31 and, when questioned about the new injuries on his body, he reiterated the tale he had told his roommate Jack about falling into bushes. He gave an explanation for his abrupt departure, saying he wanted to spend the final weekend before courses began with his family. He became silent and wanted a lawyer when the police brought up the fact that they knew he was not enrolled in any university. Experts visited the Philadelphia fugitive's flat, meanwhile, discovered blood traces in the garbage can, on the floor, and in the plumbing. The prospect of finding the young girl alive was dwindling by the minute as they awaited the test results to identify whose blood it was. Along with over $20,000, 0 cents, in cash, many bags containing various illegal substances were discovered during the search of Joshua's room. The enigmatic container. Investigators kept searching Hupperter's house, including the garbage cans, which were fortunately still empty, and the backyard, which was reachable by the second door in the corner. A light blue hoodie, a slogan-emblazoned t-shirt, a sports bra, and a black hair tie with a few dark hairs were discovered inside a black bag. The clothes that were discovered in the trash were very similar to what Jenna was wearing on the day she vanished. Even worse, there were bloodstains on the objects, which made it look quite unlikely that the girl was still alive. Still, the suspect said nothing, and the hunt went on. Hupper-Therez's stepfather suddenly called the police on September 2 to report that the man had visited his mother's Jenkintown home on August 31. He had arrived in a taxi with a heavy, large, opaque plastic container. Joshua clarified that it held his books as well as a few personal items. The following morning, he took another taxi and left the container at the garage. Given his stepson's criminal history, the stepfather thought this was suspicious because the container was abnormally weighty and had an odd smell. Without alerting his wife, the old man made the decision to call the police. Although he was unaware of Joshua's subsequent whereabouts, he overheard him requesting that the driver refrain from recording the journey on the app and pledging to pay with cash. By the time the stepfather, Hupperters, had been caught and a search of his grandmother's home had turned up nothing untoward, the gruesome discovery in the shed had been discovered. Authorities believed the enigmatic plastic container may have been sunk in a lake, but the container's destiny was still unknown. They thought about using divers to help with the search, but things took a surprising turn. Joshua discovered that the spouse of Joshua's grandmother had a little shed far from the home, almost obscured by trees and plants. Although he hadn't used them in a while, the man kept fishing equipment and an old boat there. He chose to inspect the shed on September 3 and discovered that the door's lock was broken. He went in fearing robbers, but everything was in its proper place, aside from an odd container that had never been there before. He flinched in terror when he opened the container. There found a young woman's naked, badly disfigured body inside. He reported the gory discovery to the police right away. The authorities summoned Burleigh's parents for identification after rapidly determining whose remains the retiree had discovered in his shed. When their greatest fears came true, Jenna's father almost suffered a heart attack and her mother passed out. By using surveillance footage and witness accounts at the crime scene, authorities were able to prove that Huppert's had enticed the already inebriated girl to his house after giving her more booze. As Jenna became aware of her situation, she was able to message a number of pals to ask for assistance, but none of them replied. Joshua tried to coerce the girl into intimacy in the flat, but she retaliated violently, scratching the criminal and severing his hand with a kitchen knife. But he beat her head repeatedly against the floor and was able to knock the knife out of her hand. After taking advantage of Jenna and rendering her incapable, he used his bare hands to strangle the poor girl. After that, he cleaned up the crime scene as best he could and put her body in a container he had discovered in the storage area. According to the autopsy, Jenna's death was caused by mechanics, asphyxiation. She had several bruises, abrasions, and even bite marks on her body. She also showed symptoms of personal assault and a traumatic brain damage. Her blood was discovered on the apartment's paper towels and shoes. The defendant's blood and semen were detected on her clothing, and her hair was on the hair tie in the garbage bin. Huppert's guilt was never in question, but he refused to accept a plea bargain or acknowledge it during the trial and punishment. In addition, a backpack with his documents, money, and a few necessities was found during a search of his grandmother's home, suggesting that the offender had planned to escape but was apprehended just in time. Only a year and a half after the horrifying crime, in the spring of 2019, did the criminal and attacker's trial start. By asserting that the murdered girl had willingly entered Joshua's room and provoked him, the defense lawyers made a valiant attempt to place all the guilt on her. But everyone in the room was indignant at the defense's remarks. The defendant was found guilty on all counts following 9 days of hearings, and he was given a life sentence with the chance of release only after 60 years. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. At midnight on August 15, 2020 in Perth, Western Australia, the suburb was completely dark, with the only light coming from the streetlights flickering here and there along the deserted road. In the faint light of a solitary lamp, a home on the outskirts stood motionless and silent. Yet within, there was a muffled bustle. Loud shouts and weak shadows danced over the walls. It was more than just an argument. It was something ferocious, passionate, and disturbing, even primordial. The air was broken abruptly by a loud bang that sounded like something big hitting the wall. Then there was the clear sound of a gunshot. Time seems to stop. After that, there was a terrible quiet that enveloped the area outside the home like a dense fog. Not a soul could be seen. Although no one was around to see it, the gun's piercing crack shattered the silence of the night like a piece of glass. Perth police got a desperate contact to the emergency services just minutes after the gunfire. The shaky, terrified voice of a woman indicated that there had been a shooting and that someone had been hurt. "He is not moving. God, please assist." The woman's voice broke as she screamed. Officers showed up at the scene as soon as the dispatcher deployed a patrol unit. Minutes later, a woman standing on the front lawn, clearly shaken, was visible through the flashing lights. Her entire body was shaking uncontrollably. Her eyes were wide with fear and she was pale. The cops found the house in a state of turmoil. The body of 38-year-old James Watson was in the living room. His physique was contorted in an abnormal way. A black pool of blood had started to spread across the floor, and his eyes were wide open. The walls and furnishings were stained by the blood that seeped into the carpet. Signs of a scuffle were immediately observed by the cops. There were toppled chairs and obvious signs of impact on the walls and furniture. Before the gun was fired, the whole room was in a state of chaos, suggesting a violent altercation. A shotgun with its barrel aimed at the door was resting next to the body. Although there were no indications of forceful entry, it initially appeared as though someone had broken into the house. In order to gather evidence, officers roped off the scene and dispatched forensic and investigative teams. They could see that this was no ordinary crime. It was the result of something far more intricate. They identified the woman they discovered on the lawn as the wife of Catherine Watson James. The paramedics on the scene attempted to calm her down because she was in shock. When she was taken to the police station, she was too upset to talk clearly, and her hands were covered in blood. She was limited to saying, "I didn't mean to. I had no idea how it would turn out." Investigators started looking for solutions. Asking the neighbors questions was the first step. But before to the gunfire, nobody had heard anything out of the ordinary. Mark Ridley, an elderly neighbor, reported that he's seen Catherine and James coming home together that night. He didn't give it much thought, although they appeared nervous. His statement was removed by the police, although it yielded no important clues. In the meantime, forensic specialists inside the home discovered an unsealed envelope containing multiple documents and photos, adding to the mounting evidence that the conflict had begun long before the gunshot on the kitchen table. Upon closer examination, the investigators discovered that several of the photographs depicted intimate moments from the family's lives, even if they didn't initially appear to be very significant. These pictures might be the key to figuring out why the tragedy happened. Investigators tried to piece together what had happened that night. After a stressful dinner at a restaurant, Catherine and James went home at around 8 p.m. Nothing had foreshadowed the impending disaster, but the supper had been unpleasant, according to people who knew them. James said he had to go and take care of something at one point, but Catherine urged he stayed. She informed him that they needed to talk about something. Catherine recommended that they unwind with a drink and spend the evening in silence after they arrived home. Leaving James in the living area, she took the envelope and headed upstairs. James remained downstairs as if oblivious to what was about to happen. After a while, Catherine returned downstairs with the papers firmly grasped in her hands. She put the envelope on the table in front of him, her face expressionless, and waited for his response. James's face transformed when he saw the envelope. Despite his best efforts to maintain composure, the anxiety in the room was evident. Despite her silence, Catherine's expression spoke a lot. There was a thick quiet. Right at this point, everything changed. They got into a furious debate that swiftly turned into a yelling contest. At one point, Catherine refused to let go of the documents and clutched onto the envelope when James tried to retrieve it. A damaged chair appeared as detectives inspected the room where the shot was fired. Been employed as a weapon. Photographs and documents, some of them blood-stained, were scattered on the floor. Every piece of evidence suggested that James and Catherine were fighting over the documents. Investigators came to the conclusion that James was attempting to seize something from Catherine when the gun was discharged. Catherine had fired the shotgun, as evidenced by the marks on the carpet and the shotgun's location. Police discovered a number of fascinating things when they gained access to James and Catherine's phones. In contrast to his regular conduct, James had shut off his phone around 10:30 p.m. James had gone at that time, according to surveillance footage from a camera outside their home, but he returned 10 minutes later. It was still unclear what he accomplished in those brief minutes. Still in a state of shock when she was taken to the police, Catherine was unable to provide a detailed account of what had happened. She said that they had begun to argue and that things eventually got out of hand. She said she couldn't recall how she got the shotgun in her hands. Although it was evident that she was under a lot of stress, detectives felt that there was more to her story. Investigators started looking into the Watsons' relationship in further detail. The couple had been married for 10 years, didn't have any kids, and seemed to lead a peaceful existence. However, Catherine became suspicious when neighbors saw that James had been spending less time at home lately. Even close friends and neighbors had seen the strain in their conversations, while no one knew exactly what was going on between them. The inquiry also found that Catherine had gotten in touch with a private investigator only a week prior to the incident. It was unclear why this was the case. It was unclear exactly what she was looking into, but it was possible that she was obtaining evidence against her spouse. The results of the forensic examination of the weapon discovered at the scene were given to the police later that night. When James's fingerprints were found on the shotgun, they appeared strange, as if he had handled it just once. This made investigators question whether the firearm may have been utilized by someone else at the crucial moment. Perth police visited Catherine and James Watson's house again the morning following the incident. As investigators attempted to piece together a more coherent picture of what had happened, forensic teams continued to collect evidence at the crime scene, which remained sealed off. The specifics cast doubt on the simplicity of this narrative, which at first glance seemed to be a spontaneous flash of hostility during an argument. The investigation's main detective, Richard Hale, made the decision to go over the surveillance film once more to make sure nothing had been missed. There was a little discrepancy between the frames of the video, which showed James leaving the house at 10:30 p.m. and coming back 10 minutes later. He was seen talking to someone in a car parked by the curb in the video. The face of the person James was speaking to was indistinguishable from the shadowy figure that the camera captured. Hale started looking into who might have been outside the house at that time, after realizing that this might be a significant lead. Detectives kept questioning Catherine in the meantime, but her mental condition remained unpredictable. She asserted that everything happened too fast and that she couldn't remember how things got out of hand. She spoke incoherently, and her eyes were empty. When he questioned her about the car that was captured on the surveillance camera, Detective Hale saw a momentary shift in her demeanor, as though she was trying to conceal something. The contents of the envelope discovered at the side were being carefully examined by detectives at the same time. Indeed, a professional investigator had taken a number of the photos inside. James was pictured with a young woman, but her face was never fully visible. The investigators' report listed a number of locations where they had met, including a motel on the outskirts of the city, a shopping mall parking lot, and a cafe in downtown Perth. The report, however, omitted the woman's identity, although it was still unclear how these photos related to the crime. Hale came to the conclusion that Catherine had hired the private investigator to track her husband. Investigators chose to go to the private investigator's office, who was listed in the report. They discovered Thomas Morgan, a man who appeared a little uncomfortable when he saw the detectives. According to Morgan, Catherine had called him approximately 2 weeks earlier, claiming that her husband had been acting strangely. She had a suspicion that he was cheating, but she didn't elaborate. Copies of the images captured over the course of a week of monitoring were presented to the police by Morgan. Although the woman's face was always obscured, it was evident from the photos that James and the woman were meeting. She was either turning away or wearing a hood. Morgan stated that just one day before to the terrible incident, he had given Catherine all of the collected material. After returning to Catherine, Detective Hale showed her the pictures that the private investigator had taken. She acknowledged that she had suspected James of being unfaithful, but her response was cold. She stated that in order to learn the truth and determine the course of their marriage, she planned to present him with the proof during a family meeting. She insisted, nevertheless, that she never intended to hurt him. After James saw the pictures and accused her of spying on him, things became out of hand for her. Although she couldn't recall the specifics, she said the debate escalated into a physical altercation and ultimately the fatal shooting. The forensic results of the fingerprints found on the shotgun were given to detectives as they attempted to ascertain whether Catherine's story was accurate. Forensic specialists concluded that although James's prints were on the gun, they had been there long before the shot was fired. Catherine had maintained that she had never touched the rifle and that it was kept in the house for safety. Since this claim ran counter to the forensic results, detectives started to believe that the weapon had been tampered with in an effort to deceive the authorities. One of the most important pieces of evidence was the security film showing James conversing with someone in a car. In an attempt to identify the license plate of the car and determine who might have been outside the Watsons' house that night, Detective Hale forwarded a copy of the video for additional examination. Detectives looked through Catherine and James's phone logs in anticipation of the results, hoping to find further hints. They learned that Catherine had texted her sister Lisa multiple times the night of the event. Suspicions were raised by the message's content. They appeared to be attempts at justification or explanation. "I didn't intend for things to go this way," one message read. Another included a meeting request. Hale was concerned since Lisa had not responded to these texts. In order to learn whether she was aware of what had happened that evening, he made the decision to summon her in for interrogation. Lisa looked uncomfortable when she got to the station. She acknowledged that although she hadn't spoken to Catherine the night of the event, she had done so the day before. They had talked about an impending family get-together, Lisa said. She claimed to have been at home all evening and to have no knowledge of what had transpired. Her apprehensive manner and tentative responses, however, gave the detectives cause for concern. Hale made the decision to confirm her alibi by looking through her location information and phone records. The results of the surveillance video analysis were given to investigators while the interrogation went on. Lisa was the owner of the license plate on the vehicle, parked outside the Watsons' residence. Their suspicions were aroused by this information, so Hale altered his questioning strategy throughout the interrogation and asked Lisa pointed questions regarding her whereabouts that evening. She initially attempted to justify her actions, but under duress she eventually acknowledged that she had been outside the house when James left. However, her reasoning was unclear. She never got out of the car, saying she had come to speak to her sister but left when she saw James. Hale was aware that something wasn't right. He went back to looking through Lisa's phone logs and found that the night of the event, she had gotten a message from James to come over right away. However, what could James have been talking about in private, and why would he phone Lisa when he was meant to be with Catherine? Another important piece of evidence was discovered by forensic specialists in the bedroom where Catherine claimed the argument started. Blood traces that did not belong to Catherine or James were found on the door handle. Detectives began to think that a third party had been involved in the fight as a result of this. Lisa's blood was identified through a DNA study. Despite Lisa's prior protestations, investigators now obtained evidence that she had been inside the residence. Lisa was presented with the fresh proof by the police. She attempted to excuse herself by saying she had simply come to keep Catherine safe, but she became alarmed and attempted to flee as James and Catherine began to argue. She maintained that she didn't know who fired the gun and had nothing to do with the crime. But as the interrogation went on, her tale became more complicated. Investigators were starting to feel that Catherine and Lisa could be concealing something. There were still too many unresolved problems, but they had a notion that James's potential affair might have led to a dispute between the sisters. Hale made the decision to temporarily release Lisa, requesting that she stay in town. He had the feeling that the mystery was almost solved, but that one crucial piece of information was still lacking to reveal the whole truth of that evening. Detective Richard Hale and his colleagues went back to the Watson residence the next day to conduct a more comprehensive examination. It became evident with every fresh clue that this was no ordinary crime. Hale believed that there was much more going on here than a tragic family dispute. Once more, the cops searched every room for information that could help them solve the case. They looked carefully at the pictures in the envelope. Although the woman's face was obscured and blurry in the private investigators' images that Catherine had commissioned, the detectives thought they were essential to the motivation. Because they were unable to identify her with certainty, this made the inquiry more difficult. Hale made the decision to re-interrogate Lisa, this time as a possible suspect rather than a witness, while the forensic team carried on with their investigation. Lisa agreed to cooperate despite her anxious appearance. Hale decided to present in a more straightforward manner. Given the blood analysis results on the door handle, he questioned her about why, if she had stated she never left her car, her blood was discovered inside the residence. Lisa attempted to clarify once more, but her responses lacked conviction. Although her explanation looked tenuous, she implied that she might have unintentionally scratched herself as she entered the residence. Though he was positive there was more to her story than she was revealing, Hale opted to give her some time after realizing that pressing any farther would not be fruitful. Investigators examined Lisa and James's phone logs in the interim. James had sent Lisa a number of texts shortly before he passed away, which they discovered. One text said, "Come over immediately," while another gave the meeting place. Hale thought James had a feeling something catastrophic was going to happen because of the frantic, almost desperate tone of the communications. He gave his staff instructions to look more closely at their previous exchanges to determine whether any encounters or messages were comparable. Investigators also started looking through James's social media and email accounts, discovering a series of exchanges between James and Lisa that went back several weeks. During these conversations, James and Lisa talked about some important actions that needed to be done immediately. The messages alluded to a strategy, but they were ambiguous. Hale began to piece together that James and Lisa's relationship went beyond a simple familial tie. Catherine continued to feel stressed as the investigation progressed. In an effort to shed further light on what had happened that evening, detectives made the decision to question her again. Catherine was hesitant to talk about her sister when Hale started inquiring about her connection with Lisa. Although they had been close, she said that in recent months their relationship had soured. Although Catherine didn't elaborate, she did imply that there had been disagreements in their family, not all of which had to do with James seeing an opening. Hal put more pressure on Catherine, asking if she was aware that James had been seeing Lisa. She didn't respond when he showed her the messages on James's phone. She stated that she was unaware of these meetings, and that the only reason she had a suspicion was that James might be disloyal to Lisa, but not to another woman. Hale recognized then that either Catherine was purposefully concealing the truth, or she really didn't know anything. The detectives changed their emphasis and chose to look into Lisa's house. After obtaining a search warrant, they went to her home to collect additional evidence. They discovered a notebook including notes from phone conversations and meetings with James throughout the search. Names, dates, and places were listed, including the residence of Catherine and James. This demonstrated that Lisa might have been organizing her visits in addition to being aware of James's every move. Hale started to believe Lisa was a major contributor to what had occurred. After more investigation, a picture of Lisa and James together at the beach was found in Lisa's home. They looked really close, and the photo seemed to be fresh. This turned into a crucial lead. Hale now understood that James and Lisa were in a romantic connection, one that Catherine had purposefully disregarded or had not detected. In the meantime, forensic specialists finished examining the shotgun. Lisa's fingerprints were found on the weapon, according to the results, but they were left behind after James's. Because of this, investigators concluded that Lisa handled the shotgun after James had already suffered injuries. Hale started to worry that Lisa might have altered the scene of the crime in order to deceive the investigators. Investigators also discovered video from a hotel where James and Lisa had first met. Before Lisa departed and James remained, the footage shows them conversing and debating things. Their close-knit conduct was another evidence of a relationship that Catherine was not aware of. The idea that Lisa and James were part of something more complex and that their covert relationship had been a significant factor in the events leading up to that terrible night was reinforced by this. Hale made a snap decision. Calling Lisa back to the station, he showed her the additional evidence: photos, videos, and fingerprints. This time, Lisa made an effort to maintain her composure, but she broke under strain. Indeed, she had been seeing James behind Catherine's back, she acknowledged. She clarified that she never meant to ruin her sister's marriage, but that their affair had begun more than a year prior. Everything was kept under wraps until Catherine hired a private investigator after she started to suspect James of adultery. Hale persisted, inquiring as to what Lisa and James had talked about that evening. According to Lisa, James had requested a meeting to discuss the best way to tell Catherine the truth. However, things rapidly spiraled out of control. She acknowledged that she hadn't meant to meddle when she had entered the residence, but when she went inside after hearing the yelling, she discovered Catherine and James struggling. She claims that she attempted to stop them but was unable to do so in time. Investigators started confirming her account, but every piece of evidence suggested Lisa was inside the house when the crime was committed. Her presence was verified by fingerprints, blood analysis, and surveillance footage. Comments: it was still unclear if she was a direct participant in the altercation or just a bystander. Hale, however, was positive that she was concealing more than she was admitting. Investigators looked into James and Lisa's financial records in the interim. They learned that James had made a sizable transfer to Lisa's account just prior to the incident. The cause for it was still unknown, although it appeared to be payment for something. Hale started to believe Lisa was part of a bigger scheme, possibly even planning the crime. The forensic squad gave cops a breakthrough later that night. In the bedroom of Catherine and James, they had discovered Lisa's phone concealed beneath the mattress. The detectives' suspicions were validated when they discovered text messages on the phone. James and Lisa had been preparing to attack Catherine and set her up for it. Various aspects of the plan were covered in the communications, but for some reason, things didn't work out as planned. Hale ordered Lisa to be detained after realizing they had enough evidence to arrest her. Later, when she was being questioned, she backed into a corner and acknowledged that there had been a plot. She said that if she didn't assist James in getting rid of Catherine, he would expose her. She maintained, though, that the gunshot was an accident and that she never meant for things to escalate to this point. Hale was aware that he was getting close to cracking the case, but there was still a crucial question. If Lisa and James had conspired to plot everything, why did it go wrong, and who actually fired the shot? Detective Richard Hale believed that the puzzle was finally coming together. But there was still a critical point that needed to be answered. Why had James and Lisa's plan failed? And who had actually pulled the trigger? Although Lisa's confession and the evidence gathered suggested a plot, the specifics were still unknown. Lisa insisted throughout the interrogation that she was not involved in the crime and never meant to hurt James. She attempted to persuade the cops that their initial strategy was only to fabricate an event to give the impression that Catherine had assaulted James. However, she claims that as things got out of hand, she was left on the sidelines, not knowing what to do when the conflict started. Even though Hale paid close attention, he could sense that Lisa was still hiding something. He made the decision to do a last examination of the case in order to piece together the whole series of events that transpired that evening. To make sure they hadn't missed anything, the detectives went back to the Watson residence and meticulously went over the surveillance tape and the crime scene. Forensic specialists discovered a little but important hint on the shotgun during the re-examination that had previously gone overlooked. Tests on a piece of hair discovered beneath the stock showed it belonged to Catherine. Hale hesitated at this revelation. Before or immediately after the shot was discharged, Catherine might have held the gun. It also clarified the confusion in her account. Perhaps she simply was unable to recall the events of those pivotal moments when emotions were running high. The cops also looked through Catherine's pre-shooting phone logs. They learned that she had booked a private investigator and set up a meeting for the following day. This demonstrated her sincere desire to address the matter and perhaps make James responsible for his adultery. But why had things turned tragic if she had such intentions? Hale made the decision to go over Catherine's remarks again. He wanted to know if she had been part of the conflict or if she had been deceived. He started asking her more pointed questions right away, but Catherine insisted she couldn't remember the specifics. She explained that she and James got into a fight and that he attempted to steal the envelope containing the pictures from her. Everything happened too quickly, and then everything simply vanished. Detectives discovered a surveillance camera in the living room that they had previously overlooked as the inquiry went forward. The case took an unexpected turn when it was discovered that James had installed the camera himself. James and Catherine were seen fighting on the video. Lisa's voice could be heard even though she wasn't on camera. She was telling James to stop and that they needed to find a peaceful solution. There was a violent altercation when Catherine pushed James aside when he attempted to take the envelope from her. Catherine lost control of the situation, as seen on the video. Lisa rushed into the room to try to break up the fight as James seized her wrists. Despite placing herself between them, she managed to hold the shotgun. She seemed to want to defuse the situation, but it didn't work out that way. The pivotal moment was caught on camera when Lisa accidentally pointed the shotgun toward James in an effort to frighten him while she was in a panic. The gun went off as James made a quick movement. Lisa stood motionless, but Catherine fell to the ground. She gazed at James, who was lying on the ground, still holding the shotgun, for a few seconds. Her expression twisted in sheer horror. She dropped the weapon slowly and sprinted out of sight. Shocked and shaking, Catherine slowly stood up and urgently called emergency services. She spoke in a scared, tremulous voice. Detective Hale instantly realized what had happened. Lisa had fired the gun in a moment of utter terror, perhaps without even recognizing what she was doing, as she was stuck in the heart of the growing fight. When the situation reached a breaking point, James and Lisa's plan to conduct an attack and hold Catherine accountable had failed. The disaster was unavoidable since Lisa lost control due to her overwhelming anxiety. Hale made the decision to charge Lisa with involuntary manslaughter in order to wrap up the case. She sobbed and insisted that she never meant to hurt anyone, but there was no denying the proof. Although her actions were motivated by panic, The investigators acknowledged that she had known she was carrying a gun and had the option to not use it. Catherine was still in disbelief after discovering the whole truth. She understood that her sister was the one who had eventually caused James's death, not just a co-conspirator. Catherine agreed to cooperate with the inquiry, despite her grief, giving the authorities all the evidence they needed to close the case. Lisa ultimately entered a guilty plea in court and received a 6-year prison sentence for conspiracy to stage a crime and involuntary manslaughter. Determined to move on from the awful events that had permanently changed her family's lives, Catherine left Perth to begin a new life. None of the players had anticipated how the narrative would conclude. Deception, manipulation, and covert activities culminated in a disaster brought on by bad choices and a loss of control. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Nashville, Tennessee saw a devastating event in March 2020 that had an impact well beyond its boundaries. In addition to upsetting the local community, Holly Williams and William Lanway's tragic deaths sparked a national dialogue on the widespread problems of mental health disorders, domestic violence, and the destructive effects of turbulent relationships. The horrific circumstances surrounding their deaths, the investigation that followed, and the story's wider ramifications for domestic violence awareness will all be covered in this film. More than just a narrative of loss, this one is a potent warning that emphasizes how crucial it is to spot the warning signs of abusive relationships and how urgent it is to get help. Come along with us as we work through the intricacies of their lives and the lessons this tragedy has to offer. 31-year-old Holly Williams was well known for her vivacious demeanor, contagious laugh, and compassionate disposition. She was characterized as a cherished friend, sister, and daughter who made everyone around her happy. Holly's life was full of possibilities, and she had goals and dreams. Beneath her cheerful facade, though, Holly battled relationship issues, especially with her ex-boyfriend William Lanway. Holly, who grew up in Nashville, has strong ties to the area. She was supported through thick and thin by her close-knit family. Friends remembered Holly's love of adventure and her enthusiasm for life. She loved being outside, traveling, and savoring time spent with those she cared about. Sadly, her connection with William would turn out to be a major obstacle, overshadowing her lively personality. Born in 1988, William Lanway had a tumultuous history filled with unpredictable and violent conduct. A few years before to their untimely deaths, he and Holly started dating. At first, their relationship appeared to be normal, full of the promise and excitement that come with youthful love. But as time passed, their relationship's dynamics started to change. Holly's family and friends observed that William had a history of jealousy and was possessive. There were several breakups and reconciliations as a result of their unstable relationship. Holly tried to put some distance between herself and William, but he found it difficult to accept their breakup, which resulted in increasingly troubling conduct. In their relationship, Holly's loved ones observed indications of emotional abuse. William repeatedly displayed domineering behavior by keeping tabs on Holly's social connections and demanding to know where she was. There were rumors that William was verbally insulting Holly, which made her feel even more alone and afraid. Holly frequently confided in her friends about her difficulties and her worries about William's instability and fury. Understanding the terrible conclusion of their story requires knowledge of the history of domestic abuse in their relationship. The pair had previously been the subject of multiple domestic disturbance calls handled by law enforcement. Holly claimed to have felt intimidated and worried about her safety in these situations. One significant instance occurred in early 2020 when Holly went to the police after William had followed her around and showed up at her house without permission. In violation of her attempts to establish space, he even made repeated attempts to get in touch with her via social media and phone conversations. As William's actions worsened, Holly's worries grew, and she started to worry more about her safety. Holly tried to put herself out of the situation, but she was entangled in a web of intimidation and emotional manipulation. Friends saw that Holly frequently felt bad about leaving William because she was afraid of his reaction and possible injury. She frequently battled the dread of reprisals, which is a typical occurrence for many people in violent relationships. Holly's circumstances become more vulnerable in the days preceding the disaster. Holly was reported missing on March 1, 2020, when she did not come home from a night out with friends. When they were unable to get in touch with her, frightened relatives became concerned for her safety and called the police. The police soon discovered Holly's turbulent connection with William when they started their inquiry. Red flags were raised right away when friends and relatives shared information about Holly's anxieties and previous encounters with William. Given William's violent and domineering past, the authorities were aware of the possible threat Holly posed. Police were notified by a 911 call about a disturbance at a nearby hotel on March 3. According to witnesses, William and Holly got into a furious dispute. Even though the police were called to the location, both people had already departed by the time they got there. This interaction brought to light the growing strain in their relationship. Holly's acquaintances reported that she had been missing for a few days on March 4, 2020. Concern for her safety increased as alarm bells began to ring. In the past, Holly had shared her worries about William with her friends, which made them think that something horrible might have occurred. When a construction worker found an abandoned automobile at a Nashville construction site on March 5, 2020, the inquiry took a disastrous turn. The bodies of Holly Williams and William Lanway were found in the car, which was later determined to be Holly's. It was a somber and startling scene. It was soon established by the authorities that William had died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and Holly had been shot several times. The neighborhood was rocked by this finding, which prompted an investigation into what happened before this awful conclusion. It became evident during the course of the investigation that William had killed Holly before killing himself. The terrible effects of a dysfunctional relationship marked by violence and control were brought to light by this sad murder-suicide. Eric, a married man who had been linked with Holly through her escort service under the nickname Lila Love, was a major driving force behind the convoluted web of deceit, treachery, and violence that started the inquiry into the killings of Holly Williams and Bill Lanway. When Holly's boyfriend Bill broke into her escort account and discovered private information about her clients, Eric's life took a terrible turn. Knowing that disclosing his contact with an escort could ruin his marriage and standing in the community, Bill exploited this information to blackmail Eric. Instead of submitting to Bill's demands, Eric turned to Gil, his private security guard, for assistance. Thinking Lila Love was a fictitious name, he first assigned Gil the duty of determining Holly's real identity. But under the pretense of looking into a missing woman, Gil recruited Brian Brockway and his brother Chad, who worked in security as well. Thinking he was assisting someone in need, Chad researched Holly in great detail. As the inquiry went on, it became evident that Eric's problems were not being caused by Holly. He was being extorted for money by Bill. Another security contractor, Adam Carey, finally faced Holly head-on after recognizing the complex dynamics at work. Adam chose to convey messages to Holly and Bill after unraveling the network of blackmail, and on March 11, 2020, he followed Bill to a grocery shop. Eric made a crucial choice that evening after Bill called him, likely to demand more money. Eric gave Adam and Brian permission to murder Holly and Bill if needed. The murders occurred on March 12 in Nashville, where Brian and Adam flew to shortly after. They were seen departing together at around 11:40 p.m. on security footage taken from Holly's residence. Gunshots were heard shortly after departing, and persistent yelling suggested a parking lot ambush. According to the video, Holly was unintentionally shot during the commotion, and Bill was singled out for his blackmailing actions. When Brian and Adam realized Holly was still alive, they shot her once more to be sure she wouldn't live. The killers dumped Holly's car in a landfill after the killings, then drove to Memphis, where Adam dropped Brian off at the airport before heading back to North Carolina. As if the murder for hire were a routine service, Eric inexplicably left a positive evaluation for Gil's security company, SpearTip. The FBI looked into Eric's finances more after this internet review raised suspicions, and found that he had paid the murderers almost $1 million, 0 cents. Detectives spent 2 years trying to make sense of a lot of dead ends in the case, since Eric could easily argue that he had hired the security team to look into Holly and Bill's identity rather than to kill them. They were looking for concrete proof that would connect him to the killings. Chad Brockway, who had first helped collect information on Holly without realizing the scope of the investigation, was the person the police chose to speak with. Chad went undercover to get further information after discovering the truth and consented to assist the authorities. When Chad reached out to Adam in his undercover capacity, he was startlingly candid about his readiness to carry out murder for pay. After the conversation verified that Adam was aware of the murder-for-hire procedure, Chad and Brian met at a restaurant while Chad was wearing a wire. After being quiet at first, Brian later boasted about the killings, claiming that he had overpowered Bill and that Adam was eager to kill Holly. This startling discovery exposed the murderer's lack of regret and created a troubling portrait of them. To stop Brian, Adam, and Gil from escaping, the authorities planned their simultaneous arrests on December 10, 2021, but they held off on arresting Eric right away because they wanted hard proof that he planned the killings. Investigators offered Gil a proposal after the three guys were taken into custody. He could lessen his own charges if he assisted them. In order to get Eric to disclose his objectives, they came up with a scheme for Gil to phone him and pretend to ask for more money. In passing, Eric stated that he would prefer to completely remove Adam and Brian's threat rather than just pay them off. He gave the police the crucial piece of evidence they needed to charge him when he said they had to be sure they wouldn't be back in 6 months. Shortly after, on his way back from a hunting trip, Eric was arrested. Gil entered guilty pleas to murder for hire, abduction conspiracy, and kidnapping resulting in death. By December 2022, he fulfilled his promise to testify against the other three while awaiting punishment. In November 2023, Eric, Adam, and Brian's trial was held in a tumultuous courtroom, with each defendant having their own attorney. According to their argument, Gil deceived Eric into hiring them, and the killings were accidental rather than the result of planned acts of violence. Gil's thorough evidence, however, refuted their assertions and emphasized that the first goal was only to frighten Bill and Holly. After deliberating for 2 weeks and 7 hours, the jury found Adam and Brian guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit kidnapping that results in death, and conspiracy to commit kidnapping. Eric was convicted of both conspiracy to conduct kidnapping and conspiracy to commit murder for hire. Hearings are scheduled for 2024, and each could receive a life sentence. Following this tragedy, the people of Nashville came together to support Holly's friends and family. To commemorate Holly's legacy, vigils were conducted during which family members told tales of her generosity, tenacity, and influence on their lives. The community's dedication to increasing awareness about domestic violence was demonstrated by the overwhelming support. By sharing her experience on social media, Holly's family pushed for increased understanding and assistance for victims of domestic abuse. They underlined how important it is for people in comparable circumstances to realize they are not alone and to get help. Discussions concerning the need for better support networks for victims of domestic abuse were sparked by the terrible circumstances surrounding Holly's death. This case was also used by advocacy groups to support training programs that increase public understanding of the warning indicators of domestic violence. To raise awareness of the value of identifying unhealthy relationships and offering assistance to those in need, they planned seminars and events throughout Nashville. Nashville's city government also took action against domestic abuse after Holly's death. They started efforts to give victims access to resources including hotlines, counseling, and legal support. The response from the community showed a dedication to stopping similar tragedies in the future and helping victims of domestic abuse. That concludes our in-depth analysis of Holly Williams and William Lanway's unfortunate story for today. We hope that this inquiry clarifies the intricacies and ramifications of the decisions taken. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered the lengths people will go to in pursuit of love? However, what if that love turns out to be something else? What if everything you see is a carefully constructed web of deception and manipulation, and the protagonist of this tale is enmeshed in his own fantasies? The multi-millionaire from Wales, who appeared to have it all, ended up trapped in his own delusions, which caused him to let his life descend into a nightmare and bring down those around him. There are no simple solutions in this tale, and you'll be astounded to see how deeply feelings and passions drove events to a terrible conclusion. The Welsh tycoon and multimillionaire Peter Morgan, who was once at the pinnacle of his success and had unimaginable fortune, was suddenly on the verge of catastrophe. Pay great attention to every detail, because there is significantly less truth to this story than you might imagine. His life, which appeared to be full of wealth and perfect harmony, concealed behind its facade the darkness that frequently engulfs people going through a midlife crisis. A crisis that upends routine and forces a person to grasp at the opportunities they lost in their youth, ultimately leading them down a perilous path. This tale opens on a peaceful Welsh morning, in the traditional way that it was used as a haven for those looking for comfort behind its fortified walls. One woman admitted that her lover, who had previously made her happy, had turned into nothing more than a source of annoyance as they sat on a sofa in a hut nestled in the thick forest, revealing their secrets. She was about to make a choice that would alter everything. A man, meanwhile, was sitting at his house miles away, gripping his cell phone. His trembling fingers seemed to be an attempt to cling to what little tranquility he still had. He had heard words that would change his life forever only a moment before. Born in 1962 on a 300-acre farm close to Newport, Peter Morgan has a long history of achievement and wealth. This narrative took place in Wales in 2016. His family was financially secure when he was growing up. He realized early on that his future was predetermined. He would follow in his parents' footsteps and become a farmer. Even yet, Peter displayed characteristics of entitlement and disinterest in learning. He had a simple picture of his life and never dreamed of venturing beyond the known bounds. He left school at the age of 16 to work in the family business, which turned out to be a reliable source of money even though he had no official schooling. For many years, Peter's life was predictable. He married a childhood friend, worked on the farm, and settled down with his 2 kids in the small town of USK. For a while, Peter was content with the security and comfort of family life, but on his 30th birthday, he made the decision to turn his life around. He left the farm to start his own business, which was very profitable, despite not being very exciting. His network of industrial chicken houses began with poultry barns. The business prospered, and Peter sold it for 7 figures by the time he was 40. This turned out to be a pivotal moment in his life. Although the midlife crisis arrived subtly, its consequences were severe and swift. It seemed as though Peter had suddenly changed from a reasonable businessman to a man who was driven to experience life in all its ferocity and disorder. He started spending money like there was no tomorrow, purchasing expensive vehicles like Lamborghinis and Ferraris and furnishing his newly purchased estate with ostentatious accessories like a helicopter and a tank. It soon became clear that he was fascinated by weaponry. He had an AK-47 on the desk in his office, but that was just how it looked. Financial excess was only one aspect of the changes in his life. Peter initially stepped over the line when he paid a performer for an intimate service at a private club, while on a business trip to Amsterdam. He woke up and felt compelled to continue after this, which was his first act of infidelity. Peter lived a double life from that point on, one that was characterized by stability and family, the other by luxury and the indulgence in forbidden pleasures. At a VIP club in 2011, Peter's life changed when a friend introduced him to an app that allowed him to reserve top escorts. His demise began with this exchange of words. After returning home, Peter immersed himself in the virtual world where his dreams came true. Morgan soon made it a point to never see the same lady twice, so he spent all of his free time looking through profiles and setting up encounters with escorts all over the nation. From Newport to Cardiff, every encounter was different and special. Cleverly disguising it as work travel, it was his own escape from his family life. Helen, his wife, had no suspicions. Peter had mastered the art of hiding his activities by claiming that his trips were necessary for work, and Helen, perhaps preoccupied with her own obligations, was unaware that her husband was leading a double life. In the year 2000, everything changed. At the age of 12, Peter met a young, vivacious woman named Georgina Simmons on his 50th birthday. Georgina was born into a household of 3 boys and grew up in Newport. She was confident, headstrong, and had a strong personality. At 16, she left school, found work at a call center, and enrolled in cosmetology classes at the same time. The connection between Georgina and Peter Deem, a guy 6 years her senior. School first appeared to be a dependable route to a secure future, but when she gave birth to her daughter Emily at the age of 17, her life started to change. She attempted to adapt to her new job as a mother, but she soon met Peter Morgan, who would fundamentally alter her life. As a young mother, Georgina Simmons attempted to fit in at Peter's mother's home, where they shared a small daughter. She had just enough money from her job at a contact center to scrape by, and she woke up every morning in the dingy, unwelcoming dwelling. She was aware that she wanted more. She firmly believed that she was entitled to greater things, including more money, freedom, and excitement. She was tired of spending her days in a stuffy office on the phone, and she yearned for something more, something that would give her life purpose and luxury. Georgina's boyfriend, Pete, was a quiet, homely man who didn't like for parties or a flamboyant lifestyle. She frequently grumbled about their meager income and how they had to make compromises on everything as a result. He was happy with routine and stability, unlike Georgina, but his longing for a peaceful, uncomplicated life made her feel stuck and unable to see a way out. Georgina made the decision to make a living by using her looks. The young lady almost developed an obsession with her appearance. She started wearing provocative clothing, playing around with cosmetics, and exploring the potential of cosmetic surgery. She soon had liposuction, 2 breast augmentation procedures, and burlesque and exotic dance classes. A world with unrestricted financial flow became possible as a result. She began earning amounts she had previously only dreamed about while working at a private dance club. She made the decision to undergo a whole makeover in order to draw the interest of rich guys who could afford to hire her. Her life began to alter at this point. Eventually, Georgina and Pete were able to leave his mother's house and move into their own apartment. She also thought she had at last acquired some independence for a while. However, it was insufficient. Her aspirations and desire for luxury increased daily. She started thinking about becoming a high-end escort after her job at the club failed to meet her needs, which she rationalized to herself as a means of providing her daughter with a better future. Under the alias Hannah James, she signed up for a well-known app that charged high prices for a variety of services. Georgina was correct when she predicted that her skills and appearance would draw in wealthy clients. Pete opposed the idea, even though he was aware of Georgina's ambitions. He didn't want his spouse to do such work because he was aware of the dangers associated with those kinds of interactions. But he had to make a compromise since he loved Georgina and was afraid of losing her. In exchange for keeping their love secret from their families, the pair consented to an open relationship, enabling Georgina to carry on with her escort business. Only a few clients had access to her private life and services, which were kept under wraps. When Peter Morgan, a multimillionaire going through a midlife crisis, came across Georgina's photo on the app in May 2012, her profile became viral. He was enthralled right away and set up a meeting. As Peter and Georgina ate dinner together on their first date and engaged in light conversation, Peter felt a connection he had been lacking. Her confidence as well as her appearance drew him in. He paid her $200, 0 cents, for a kiss that night, but by morning the sum had increased dramatically. For Peter it was more than work, but for Georgina it was simply labor. Peter preferred variety and had never met the same woman twice before, but Georgina was different. Their encounters went from once a month to once a week, and he was prepared to repeatedly pay for her time. Peter became aware that he was in love with her. Money was no longer a concern and he enjoyed being with her. He was paying for her business as well as her services. Morgan lavished her with presents, clothing, shoes, pricey jewelry, and even a red Ferrari while they were out to eat and watch movies together. Over time, his emotions started to develop into an obsession. As much as possible, Peter wanted Georgina by his side. She was more than just an escort to him now. She was a companion, something his wife and kids would never leave. Peter paid Georgina $10,000, 0 cents, to stay with him for the weekend, not realizing that another woman was spending time with him in their family home. Helen, Peter's wife, was unaware that the events unfolding in her bedroom could cause their marriage to fall apart. It was all business to Georgina. It didn't interest her. Despite Peter's increasing fixation on her, all attention was on the lavish amount of money he spent. Without showing any regret, she kept seeing other clients. Even her boyfriend Pete stayed in her life in spite of her relationship with Morgan. This didn't stop Peter, though. He chose to give Georgina greater exclusive rights, since the one thing that disturbed him was the idea of other clients spending time with her as well. The concept of sharing her was intolerable. Georgina accepted that Morgan was willing to spend a huge amount of money on her being his only partner. She was aware that one client may bring in more money than dozens of others. From that point on, Georgina only saw Peter, who was earning about $133,000 a month. This sum paid for her personal expenses, food, and living expenses. Although it appeared that everything was under control for a while, their agreement was about to set off a series of events that would permanently alter their lives. For Georgina and her daughter, the old mansion, which seemed cut off from reality, turned into a sort of jail. Intoxicated by his wealth and power, Peter Morgan thought he had complete control over his new princess's life. Since the main house was too dilapidated, he moved Georgina into a small bungalow on the estate's grounds, claiming it was for her and her child's safety. As part of their agreement, Morgan made sure her boyfriend Pete Dedium was not allowed to enter the property at all, which effectively isolated Georgina. This isolated existence in an opulent environment continued for 3 years. Peter made every effort to fabricate a fantasy of a fairy tale for Georgina, including lavish holidays in South Africa, expensive presents, and trips to London and other cities. He made it a point to spend as much time with her as he could, and paid for her beauty procedures. Georgina had evolved into more than an escort in his mind. She was like family. Peter was utterly engrossed in his fantasy as they drove ATVs throughout the estate, watched movies, walked along well-kept trails, and enjoyed private moments. However, beneath all of this apparent luxury, fissures were starting to appear. Even though she lived in a castle, Georgina continued to carry out her tasks without showing any affection for Peter, treating him as merely a client. Her boyfriend, Pete Deem, was able to visit her less frequently the more time she spent with Morgan. He tried to alter the situation as he battled her absence and the widening gap between their worlds. Pete started concentrating on improving himself, working out and trying to look more attractive to Georgina. He upgraded his wardrobe with designer clothes, lost weight, and even whitened his teeth in the hopes of regaining her attention. But the truth was far harsher than he had expected. Helen, Peter's wife, meanwhile, began to suspect that anything was up. She had long disregarded her husband's dubious business travels, but when she found a receipt for flowers sent to a different woman, everything changed. She was aware that her husband had been cheating on her for a while, but rather than addressing him, she further distanced herself by going about her everyday business. She appeared to be happy with this arrangement, or maybe she just didn't want to become involved. Georgina started calling her lovers Rich Pete and Poor Pete at the same time, obviously preferring the former. Pete was humiliated by this moniker, which made him feel even less successful. Despite being surrounded by luxury, life in the castle remained detached from the outside world. While her daughter was growing up apart from her father, Georgina spent days and nights with Morgan. Her relationship with Pete disintegrated totally during this time, but Georgina remained unconcerned, seeing Morgan only as a source of money. Peter paid extra costs, totaling thousands of dollars for each session with Georgina. This made it possible for Georgina to continue living a luxury lifestyle. She began inviting other ladies into the castle to keep things interesting, and Peter enjoyed the extra thrill this brought. Though he insisted that she continue to be his primary companion, he frequently asked Georgina to meet new ladies since he enjoyed these scenarios. Peter once invited Georgina and one of her escort pals to his family home while his wife and children were on vacation. They spent the evening having a good time in the marital bedroom. Morgan, however, desired more. In order to fulfill his dream of a trio consisting of his wife Georgina and himself, he asked one of the women to wear Helen's clothing. He was aware that Helen would never consent to such a situation in practice, but it didn't stop him at the time. Peter was unaware that Georgina was recording everything as his fantasy came to life. She captured every moment of the night, from her friend changing into Peter's wife's clothes to everything that happened in the bedroom. Later on, the sequence of events would be significantly influenced by this footage. While the affair went on, Morgan's life started to fall apart. Pete Deem, Georgina's first boyfriend, had had enough. The fact that his partner was spending more time with Morgan than with him and their daughter was becoming intolerable to him. The first breach in Georgina's existence came when he made the decision to break up with her. Helen found out shortly after Peter's wife did. When she unintentionally discovered texts between her husband and Georgina, she realized how serious the infidelity was and made the decision to cease ignoring it. Helen would no longer listen to Peter's explanations, even if he was confessing everything. She demanded a sizable portion of their assets when she filed for divorce. In a short period of time, Georgina experienced two catastrophes that she was unable to recover from. The first was when her father committed suicide in the middle of 2015. She was totally devastated by the incident, and before she could move past that loss, she experienced yet another catastrophe. After their split, her ex-boyfriend Pete Deem also committed suicide because he was unable to handle living without Georgina and their daughter, and had fallen into a deep melancholy. He was discovered hanging in a wooded area in November 2015. The last straw was these incidents. Georgina, who was once powerful and self-assured, plunged into a deep sadness. Alcohol and illegal drugs became her friends. She was drawn into a darkness that seemed unbreakable as her life began to fall apart because she was unable to cope with the loss and the suffering. As time went on, Peter and Georgina's friendship soured. She ignored his efforts to maintain their relationship and started to coldly separate herself. In her heart, Georgina held him accountable for her ex-partner Pete's passing. She believed that he was the one who had destroyed her life, so she turned to another man, a longtime friend she had known for years, for solace. Their relationship began to develop as she felt liberated from pressure and control in his company. For Georgina, it was a chance to break free from Morgan's control and experience real care and support. But this new man's presence made me quite uneasy. Georgina was considered his property by Peter Morgan, who refused to let her spend time with anyone else. Over time, it became increasingly clear that Peter considered her as his property, since he was often reminding her of the money he had invested in her life, supporting her and her kid, and that, in his opinion, gave him the right to control her. She grew more rebellious the more he attempted to manipulate her. Every time they went to an event together, Georgina stopped putting up with his allegations and demands. She publicly humiliated him and made him feel unworthy without hesitation. Her fiery and unyielding nature was suddenly working against him. Her actions grew more damaging. As Georgina's use of mind-altering substances increased and Child Protective Services learned of her unhealthy lifestyle, she further plunged into a world of illegal drugs and alcohol in an effort to dull the agony of her losses and failures. Concerned about Georgina's suitability as a mother to her daughter Emily, authorities opened an investigation. Simmons' initial response upon learning of the investigation was to place the blame on Peter. She was certain that in order to exert more control over her life, he had notified social services. Even though there was no proof that Morgan was involved, Georgina would not hear any justifications. She believed that he was to blame for all of her bad luck, so she chose to speak with him directly, which led to a heated argument. This controversy turned into the pinnacle of their escalating hostility. Peter, a man accustomed to dominance, was unable to release her. In order to keep tabs on Georgina's every action, he started spying on her. Making use of his access to the estate, he placed listening devices in the cottage, where Georgina resided. Since each device had a SIM card, he was able to make calls and listen in on what was going on in the room when he was at home. Every day, Peter would connect to the gadgets and listen in on her discussions. This concern with surveillance turned into a full-fledged obsession. To find out if Georgina was cheating on him or scheming against him, he would call the devices up to 10 times a day and listen to recordings for hours. Over 2 months went by, and the majority of the talks Peter overheard were routine, including small talk with friends and conversations with her daughter. But all that changed on January 10, 2016. George had a close friend over that day, and when Peter called to listen, the conversation changed. Georgina was venting about him, and he heard it. She said that although she felt stuck because of Peter's financial support, her life with him had turned into a nightmare. She acknowledged feeling like a prisoner in the estate, and resented him for bringing child services into her life. Thankfully, Georgia was not in danger of losing custody of her daughter because the child services investigation was over. She did not, however, intend to inform Morgan of this result. She understood that she could take advantage of his emotions to further exploit him and obtain more money. Georgina was aware that the possibility of losing her daughter was a potent instrument for manipulating Peter, and she was determined to take use of it in order to obtain as much as possible. However, she had a more ambitious plan. Peter heard Georgina candidly inform her friend that she planned to deceive him into signing the bungalow to her before permanently severing their relationship. The compromising video footage of the night they spent together with her friend who had disguised up in Peter's wife's clothes was another weapon she had at her disposal. By threatening to show the video to Morgan's ex-wife and daughters, she intended to blackmail him. Peter heard her plan and knew that everything depended on it. He realized that Georgina's goal was to ruin his life by taking advantage of his weaknesses. His whole universe seemed to be crumbling under him at that very moment. He was aware that his acquaintances and associates would abandon him if his daughters learned about the recording and would not want to interact with him. As he listened to these revelations in the quiet of his house, Peter Morgan experienced a range of emotions from shock to wrath, realizing that all he had worked so hard to build could fall apart in an instant. The fact that the lady he trusted was planning such a betrayal astounded him. Her remarks minimized all that he had done for her, exposing their relationship as a figment of her imagination in which he was only a puppet. After barely surviving the night on January 11, Peter started to carefully consider every stage of his revenge plan in an effort to take back control of his life. His phone's search history revealed his plans the very next day. He was researching everything he may require to carry out his scheme. Peter Morgan bought rope, rubber gloves, plastic bags, and zip ties from a hardware store on January 12. He made a beeline for the house where Georgina resided as soon as he got back to the estate. He made no effort to be polite this time. He addressed her right away and claimed to be aware of her plans. He made it plain that he would not permit things to go in that manner and accused her of blackmail. In a last-ditch effort to retain her, Peter promised her everything, including marriage and a portion of his fortune. As he tossed a stack of cash at her feet, he even proposed to get a life insurance policy, designating her as the beneficiary and guaranteeing her $1 million in the event that he passed away. However, she ruthlessly turned him down rather than accepting his offer. Peter became blindly angry after hearing her hateful and disdainful remarks. His goal was to scare her, so he grabbed the rope and looped it around her neck in an attempt to intimidate her. His intentions changed, though, when Georgina threatened to cover all costs. An act of brutality was the result of all the rage, frustration, and disappointment that were inside of him. Peter closed his eyes, tightened the rope, and kept going until her respiration ceased. Peter felt nothing but emptiness when Georgina Simon's life passed away. He wrapped her body in plastic, secured her ankles and wrists with zip ties, and put on the rubber gloves. Then, believing that no one would discover her there, he took her to an old family home where his family had resided. He concealed her in an outbuilding. However, his recklessness and haste proved to be his downfall. Every action was recorded by the security cameras he had personally placed, and authorities were able to follow Georgina's whereabouts thanks to her cell phone, which he neglected to switch off. Georgina's friends and acquaintances were worried when she failed to arrive to pick up her kid from school. When her absence became evident in the evening, the police promptly began searching. Morgan, attempting to stick to his story, emerged as the prime suspect. He stated that she had asked him to go when he saw her around noon. Peter tried to claim that he seized Georgina's phone to shield her from dangerous substances, but the police soon discovered that he was lying under pressure from detectives. He was brought to the station for more interrogation, nevertheless, because his account was not credible. A few hours later, he sobbed and admitted to Georgina's killing, saying he had been driven to the brink. He tried to defend his behavior by claiming that he had given her everything in the hopes of preserving their relationship, but all he received in return was dishonesty and threats. Peter Morgan's trial garnered a lot of media attention. He later attempted to argue for a lighter sentence despite his confession, pointing to emotional and mental health problems. An attempt was made to reduce the accusation to manslaughter by distress, but in the end, the evidence, including his own confession and the surveillance footage, was so strong that Peter Morgan was given a life sentence, with the chance of release after at least 25 years. This is where I want to take a moment to address every one of you directly. There is more to this story than a detective story or a criminal report. It's a tragedy that exposes the frailty and preoccupation of people. Attachment was mistaken for ownership by Peter Morgan, a man who yearned for acceptance and love. He ultimately fell prey to his own illusion that he could purchase a relationship with money. Motivated by her aspirations and the wish to provide her daughter with a brighter future, Georgina was unable to stop and became entangled in a game that ultimately led to catastrophe. Little Emily, who lost both her parents, is maybe the most sorrowful character in this story. She fell prey to adult games where she had no reason to worry about the future. Remember that if you own up to your faults early on and refrain from basing your pleasure on deception and power, you can always find a way out of even the most dramatic and challenging circumstances. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Without love, trust, and basic respect, what sustains a marriage? For the sake of the children, some attempt to keep the family together. Some are deterred by religious convictions or a combination of these, while others are concerned about other people's opinions and dread public criticism. However, the will to do whatever it takes to keep a marriage intact can occasionally degenerate into a terrible tragedy. Although Jacqueline and Paul Crimble's story is not unusual, its cruelty, selfishness, and cynicism garnered a lot of attention. The perpetrator was labeled the Black Widow and imprisoned, but in an open interview, her daughter admitted that her mother persisted in destroying lives while incarcerated. The connection between Paul Crimble and Jacqueline. Born on December 18, 1974, in County Armagh, Northern Ireland, Jacqueline, also known as Jackie Mary Bennett, was the younger of two children in a typical middle-class household. She was unpredictable, spoilt, rebellious, and occasionally even violent from an early age. Jackie's behavior worsened over her adolescence and eventually became uncontrollable, but her family blamed it on adolescence in the hopes that she would outgrow it. As they say, opposites attract. And this idea seemed to work wonderfully when she met Paul Crimble in high school. He was 3 years older than her and very different from her. Here, Paul was a quiet, reserved young man from a devout household who excelled academically and was seen as having great talent and promise. He was drawn to Jacqueline's confidence, vigor, and audacity. She was the first female he had a serious crush on, and perhaps the only one. Paul was welcomed by Jackie's parents, who supported her decision, since they thought he would help their daughter become more composed, logical, and sensible. Her family accepted Paul like a member of the family from the moment they met, and at times it seemed that they treated him better than Jackie herself. Paul's parents, however, were wary of his decision, but did not dissuade the young pair from dating. The couple appeared to be incompatible, according to school friends as well. Paul attempted to settle everything amicably, avoiding violence, and was seen as amiable, forthright, and extremely responsible. But Jackie frequently incited arguments and preferred to settle them with physical force. A courteous, sensible, and mature young guy above his years, he was always dependable and always willing to provide a helping hand to others. When Jacqueline became pregnant at the age of 17, she informed her boyfriend that she was in her last year of school and that Paul, then 20 years old, was already enrolled in college. Paul said he was ready to marry her and assume full responsibility for her and the child as soon as he found out. Although Jacqueline wasn't prepared for parenthood or child-rearing, ending the pregnancy was unavoidable. Such a serious offense would not be tolerated by Paul or his pious family. Jackie accepted Paul's formal proposal when he purchased a ring. In 1992, the couple celebrated with their closest friends and family at a small wedding. Remarkably, just a few days prior to the occurrence, Hall told his best friend that he and Jacqueline were too dissimilar, questioned whether her sentiments were genuine, and was even scared of her because of her erratic behavior. Additionally, the groom questioned whether he genuinely loved her or if he was merely feeling obligated and sympathetic. However, he had nothing to compare because he had never dated other girls. After paying close attention, his friend attempted to talk Paul out of getting married by telling him that it would be the worst decision he ever made and that he would be miserable for the rest of his life. Paul was adamant, though, stating that he couldn't abandon a girl who was expecting his child. In addition, he thought that becoming a mother would improve Jacqueline's personality by making her softer and more composed. Paul had generally hoped for the best, but he was unaware of how mistaken he was. Life in the family without affection. The young couple's first child, a daughter named Danielle, was born at the beginning of 1993. Jacqueline gave birth to their son 6 years later. After the birth of their second kid, Adam Paul made sure his family had all they needed because he was their only provider. In 2000, the offenders moved into a comfortable 3-bedroom townhouse in Armagh after deciding they needed a larger residence. Paul was making a good living as a senior mechanical engineer by that time. However, his wife claimed to prefer work and did not bother herself with it, running the home and bringing up the kids, but she was also not very good at either. Jackie was a short-tempered, greedy, and lazy person who frequently acted aggressively, even with her kids. Jacqueline attempted to find employment when the kids were a little older, but she was never able to hold down a position for very long due to her combative and argumentative personality. In addition, she went out to bars almost every evening to consume alcohol while her husband stayed at home with their son and daughter. Mrs. Crimble was not a particularly amiable lady, even when she was sober, and she became a true rage when she was drunk. In addition to starting arguments, she also got into fights, cursed, and acted inappropriately around different males. Nobody could foresee what she would do next, and she reacted aggressively to any comments or suggestions to act more humbly. Family, friends, and neighbors knew what was going on and truly felt sorry for Paul and the kids, who were the ones who were most negatively impacted by Jacqueline's actions. Many people were aware of the young woman's misadventures and made an effort to stay away from her because the family resided in a tiny, peaceful town. Her husband and kids were impacted by her negative reputation, and they had to deal with the fallout from their classmates. Jackie didn't try to disguise her crazy lifestyle. Her frequent visits to entertainment venues, however, made the staff and other patrons nervous because they knew that her presence would undoubtedly result in a brawl or altercation. Because she may strike out at any time, Jacqueline held her family in constant fear. Although Paul made an effort to keep his mouth shut, his friends, family, and co-workers saw that he was uncomfortable with his wife or even just talking about her. Paul was frequently told to leave this woman, but he was afraid of losing the opportunity to see his kids. Jackie would instantly threaten to cut him off from their son and daughter in the event of any disagreement. She also threatened to use her friends against him. These were males she frequently saw at bars who were willing to break the law to protect her. In these circumstances, Paul typically gave in to his wife and said nothing. The unexplained assault on Sunday morning, June 20, 2004, a terrified woman begged for assistance by calling the emergency services. She said that she and her husband were ambushed in their home by 3 strangers who beat them, tied them up, tried to rob them, and then took their car and her husband with them. When Jacqueline Crimble called, police and emergency personnel hurried to the address she gave. They discovered a woman at the house with a plastic wire tie securing her hands behind her back. But since her legs were unbound, the authorities assumed she had partially freed herself. Notably, despite the victim's initial claims that the attackers had beaten and bound them, she had no wounds or bruises on her body. Luckily, the couple's kids weren't home because they were sent to be with their paternal grandparents for the weekend. Jacqueline claims that she and her spouse had gone to a pub on Saturday night to unwind. After midnight, they went home after drinking. But just as Paul was opening the front door, 3 people sprung into the shadows and shoved them inside. Armed with a revolver, the invaders battered and restrained the couple while requesting money and illegal drugs. Paul reportedly made an effort to placate the crooks by pleading with them to let him and his wife go and vowing not to notify the police. However, this only infuriated them. In front of the frightened Jacqueline, they struck him multiple times before starting to strangle him with a plastic bag. The attackers chose to at least take the car when it became evident that there was no money or illegal drugs in the house. But for some reason they took the owner with them, leaving the chained woman behind. Jacqueline was able to use her tongue to get to the phone and call the police when the thieves drove off with Paul. She pleaded with the investigators to locate and rescue her husband right away because she was certain he might still be alive. The authorities had no reason to suspect the woman, although she looked and behaved suspiciously calm despite her anxiety. The disfigured body in the trunk at that very moment. Investigators started gathering evidence at the crime scene as soon as the couple's car was reported stolen throughout the county. Although they made an effort to learn as much as they could about the assault, Jacqueline asserted that the culprits were disguised. She was unable to remember any identifying characteristics, such as limping, speech impairments, or specifics of the clothing. All she could say was that they were men and there were 3 of them. Less than a day later, On Monday morning, the Crimble family automobile was discovered abandoned only 3 miles from the residence where the attack had occurred after the search got underway. It was parked next to a long, empty home in a secluded alley. The owner's mangled body, which was obviously beaten and tortured, lay inside the trunk. The 35-year-old man had several bruises all over his body and face, his hands tied behind his back and his legs shackled with a wire tie. Jackie responded very composedly when she was told about the gory discovery. She didn't appear to mind her husband's cruel deprivation, who was also the father of her children. She made an effort to look shocked and hurt, but she was unable to shed a tear, so she asked when she would be able to have her car back in less than a minute. All of this seemed quite suspicious, so the police investigated the young widow, the primary suspect. At first, Jacqueline's version was accepted as the sole reliable one and was not questioned. Law enforcement, however, suspected the widowed mother of 2 might be lying because of her peculiar conduct. She was never a model wife or mother, and it soon became clear that she and Paul had been having a long-term, failing marriage. She was disparaged by her parents and kids as well as by neighbors and acquaintances. Additionally, it was discovered that Jackie had been dating Roger Ferguson for a number of months. He resided with his mother on the farm he owned in Armagh. She and Crimble were frequently spotted drinking alcohol together in the town's entertainment establishments. Additionally, Roger paid the married woman a visit at home while her husband was at work and the kids were at daycare and school. Roger was thought to be a potential accomplice, and Jacqueline switched from victim to the primary suspect just 1 day after the automobile with the mutilated body was discovered. The woman seemed far more focused on getting her automobile back than she did on being a heartbroken widow. In addition, her story of being attacked by a group of armed addicts sounded unbelievable. Where had they gone after leaving the car with a body in the trunk? And this was the first time something like this had ever happened in the sleepy town. It was also odd that the enigmatic crooks were able to leave no evidence behind. No other eyewitness reported seeing dubious visitors around the community. But nearly everyone who ever had contact with the victim had bad things to say about her. Furthermore, it was quickly discovered that the dead had an insurance policy, and in the event of his death, his wife could anticipate receiving a hefty settlement of £300,000. In this instance, a legitimate motivation that could account for the crime had emerged. Jacqueline said she was able to use her tongue to dial a button phone and make a help call during the crime investigation. In fact, there were traces of her saliva on the gadget when it was taken for inspection. Investigators did see, however, that the phone was on the coffee table, face down, with her hands bound behind her back during the first examination of the crime scene. If it had been in that position from the beginning, she could not have switched it over after the call or called for assistance. The couple's home computer search history showed odd searches. When Jacqueline was queried explicitly about the months-long search for information on life insurance payout amounts and procedures in the case of the policyholder's death, she claimed to know nothing and implied that maybe Paul would be interested. Roger Ferguson had a strong alibi and was thought to be a possible collaborator in the crime. According to his mother, he stayed at home the night since he wasn't feeling well, and at 1:30 in the morning, she was looking through the home medicine cabinet for a remedy for his stomach problems. The old woman's evidence was compelling, but her son was not yet taken off the suspect list. When police used the signals from the suspect's cell phones to monitor their whereabouts on the night of the crime, they found that Roger had not been home as his mother had reported. As an alternative, he spent many hours at the Crimbles' home. He also kept up his friendship with the widow, and the day after Paul's funeral, he was spotted with her at a bar. The fact that Roger and Jacqueline went to a car dealership together to check at SUVs and ask about payment arrangements for such a costly purchase was another oddity. Even more strange was the presence of Roger's mother. Roger's mother was probably aware that the authorities assumed the lovers had already decided how they would spend the insurance payout following Paul's death. Jackie said during questioning that she never cheated on her husband and that she didn't intend to hurt him, but soon after no one believed her. Jacqueline had begun working as a caregiver in a nursing home prior to the disaster, but she was fired after just a few weeks because of her persistent lying and arguments. She continued to act as though she was going to work or having night shifts while staying at Ferguson's residence, though, and kept this a secret from her husband. Paul encountered one of his wife's former co-workers who unintentionally told him everything about the lie. His attempt to speak with his wife just led to further arguments. She threatened to kidnap the kids, ban their biological father from seeing them, and leave him for her boyfriend. Paul decided to compromise and ignored her adultery because this was his greatest concern. His closest friend, who subsequently testified in court as a witness, was the only person he could confide in regarding the formulation and implementation of a cunning scheme. Roger wasn't very intelligent. Despite his strength, he was easily led and had a simple intellect. Jacqueline rapidly gained total control over him by coercing her lover into doing what she wanted. She was greatly charmed by the fact that he would gladly engage in combat for her. He probably believed whatever she said since he was truly in love with her. Ferguson heard the woman's complaints about her husband, who, she claimed, was physically violent, unpleasant, and harsh. All of this was undoubtedly false, but the lover detested Paul more and more with each grievance, thinking that he was the primary source of Jacqueline's suffering and oppression, and the primary barrier to their happiness together. She instilled in his mind the notion that by getting rid of her spouse, all of their issues would be resolved and they could live together while earning a sizable income for a pleasant lifestyle. Mrs. Kremble searched for somebody who would commit the crime for cash for about 2 weeks before to the catastrophe, but she and Roger gave up after weighing their alternatives in order to keep the full insurance payout. It appeared the lovers decided they could do it themselves without leaving any witnesses or evidence. Jacqueline took the kids to spend the weekend with their grandparents on Friday, June 18. She proposed to take her husband out for drinks on Saturday so they could unwind and chat. Paul was happy to accept the offer because he believed it could improve their relationship. It was an invitation to his death, but he was unaware of it. People in the bar that night saw Jackie making a concerted effort to make her husband, who doesn't drink, drunk. After midnight, she led her dazed husband out of the pub after purchasing drinks and almost forcing him to knock back one shot after another. The last time Paul was seen alive, they were captured on security footage. This exposed a notable disparity in timing. According to Jacqueline, the attack happened as soon as the couple returned from their 10-minute stroll to the pub and lasted no more than 15 minutes. She then reportedly phoned the police right away after her husband was abducted and taken away in their vehicle. But it took over an hour and a half from the moment they were caught on camera until the police were called. Investigators thought the offenders used this time to hide their tracks and set up a third-party attack scene. Furthermore, it seems that Jacqueline purposefully made her husband intoxicated, so he would be powerless to refuse. She said that after kicking Paul while he was on the ground, the crook started to strangle him by covering his head with a plastic bag and taping it in place. The type of injuries on the deceased's body supported her story, but by that point, the authorities had irrefutable proof that the attackers were her and her lover, Ferguson. Following a protracted and exhaustive investigation of the crime scene, investigators discovered a partially obliterated imprint of a man's shoe, the tread pattern of which matched Roger's shoes, that had clearly been attempted but unsuccessfully cleaned. However, this evidence can be regarded as circumstantial. Other, more important evidence against the criminal couple was discovered in the kitchen trash, though. A partial fingerprint of Roger's was found on the cable tie that bound Jacqueline's hands, and a cigarette butt with Roger's saliva was discovered. Ferguson's fingerprints were also discovered on the ropes that bound the deceased's hands and feet, and traces of both lovers' perspiration and oil were discovered on the bag that was used to suffocate the victim. A minor acquaintance of Roger's named Colin Robinson was also discovered to have participated in this heinous act by the investigation. On the night of the attack, Roger called him and asked for his assistance with an unidentified task. In order to avoid drawing attention to himself, the teenager drove his car, abandoned it at the end of the street per Roger's request, and walked to the house. Colin wanted to flee when he saw what was occurring, but Roger coerced him into helping transfer the body to the car and load it into the trunk by threatening him with a knife. They then took the vehicle to an empty location and left it there. The terrified young man first denied any involvement in the incident, but during the second interrogation he broke down and started confessing. Trial and punishment. The course of the investigation was several months. They collected indisputable proof throughout this period, spoke with every witness, and got the third criminal to confess. But the offender's trial didn't start until the spring of 2007, nearly 3 years after Paul Kremble was deprived of his life on May 7. The widow received a 20-year sentence after Jacqueline and Roger were found guilty of a premeditated crime with the goal to earn insurance money, in prison while her accomplice and lover were sentenced to 18 years. Cullen Robinson, the juvenile accomplice, received a 3-year term for helping the offenders and trying to hide the truth. Roger's aging mother was likewise unable to avoid accountability for perjury and giving her son a fake alibi. In retaliation against her own children, the woman was only granted a year of probation due to her senior age and severe health issues. Jacqueline persisted in ruining her family's lives while she was incarcerated. Everyone who knew her personally was relieved when she was put in jail, and she was upset that no one stood for her in court. According to her own mother, individuals such as Jackie ought to be permanently removed from society in order to prevent them from hurting others. It's interesting to note that Jacqueline destroyed all of her late husband's possessions and pictures a few days after the funeral, making the house completely devoid of any reminders of him. Somehow, Danielle was able to preserve a few pictures of her father. Her mother was unaware of them, and she kept them on her bedside table. Paul's children received the £300,000 in insurance settlement for which he was slain. Overnight, Danielle and Adam lost both of their parents, but their problems didn't stop there. Their mother was insistent that the children should not be raised by either her parents or the parents of the dead husband. The children were placed in foster care as a result of her efforts to deny them guardianship rights. Danielle was only 11 years old, and her brother Adam was only 5 years old when the tragedy occurred, even though they had living grandparents. From prison, Jacqueline tried to control her children while maintaining her parental rights. She specifically wanted them to use various forms of pressure to publicly declare her innocent. For instance, she said that if they came to see her in prison, she would sign off on their school trips. However, she misled them during the visit by refusing to sign the document and insisting they testify in her favor. Consequently, only the brother and sister were unable to accompany their class on weekend outings. Danielle is currently 31 years old, resides in Basingstoke, works at a daycare, and is seeing an engineer named Simon Bryce. Her 25-year-old brother relocated to London and has a decent degree. With Jacqueline's upcoming release next year, her adult children are extremely concerned that their mother would keep doing everything in her power to ruin their lives. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. No case, no body. There is no body in our story, but there is a case on a November morning in 2011, which was mentioned in English law following the captain's miracle. 3 years after returning home to her leased apartment on Ubarovicha Street in Vladivostok, Galina Kolyadzinskaya vanished. Her parents still think Galina is alive and are waiting for her return in April 2024. Her boyfriend Victor Cohen was found guilty of her murder, although no tangible proof of her purported death was shown at the trial. Following Victor Cohen's release from jail, the matter gathered traction and split the public in two directions. Some people think Victor's sentence for murder was too light, while others think he was sentenced for a crime that never happened. Together, let's learn how a well-known criminal case involving the death and disappearance of an unproven man spread across the nation, sparking debate among onlookers and leading to the formation of organizations to look for Galina. Viktor Polov was born in Vladivostok on July 9, 1988. He adopted Cohen as his last name. When the youngster was very little, his parents split in 2012, leaving his mother and grandma to raise him entirely on their own. He graduated from Far Eastern State University's high school gymnasium in 2005. He enrolled in the PR department at the same university's Institute of Mass Communications, but left after 6 months in 2007. Ilona, who had COVID, presented her sister Galina, who was 3.5 years older than Victor, to her classmate. Galina Kolyadzinskaya was born in Rostov-on April 22, 1985. Her parents relocated to Vladivostok when she was 13 years old. The girl stood out, had a theatricalized way of dress, and was characterized by her brightness. She was slim, intelligent, and highly creative. After completing her education, she attended an art school before enrolling in the Far Eastern Federal University's Faculty of Design. She captured Victor's heart, and he fell deeply in love for the first time. They left their hometown of Vladivostok for Moscow, and Viktor abandoned school because they both wanted to enroll at the Theater Institute. Vitya did not fail the entrance examinations, but Galina did. However, he made the decision to go back home in support of his beloved girl, and the two of them moved back to Vladivostok and began living together. Viktor found out of his grandfather's passing and the inheritance he had inherited upon his return. The couple decided to use the remaining funds to invest in a successful business after renting an apartment in the heart of the city and purchasing a car each. The young couple was depressed as a result of their unsuccessful attempts to set up a shop for the fabrication of automobile tires, start a chain of donut shops, and even resell church kila. As time went on, the young people's relationship started to fall apart due to conflicts. The furious argument between the couple did not end there. Galina's pals once saw Viktor grab his fiancée by the neck during a fight between them, but sometimes Galina did the same. She might break the furniture in their leased apartment or strike her partner. Galina eventually began attending nightclubs more frequently, and Viktor developed an interest in other women as a way to escape the issues in his present life. After another trip to the club, Galina was on her way home early on the morning of November 14, 2011. Galina was incensed that Viktor was not home, so at 6:43 IEM, she called him and insisted that he come right away. Viktor arrived at their leased apartment 15 minutes later. The young folks decided to eventually part ways after a fight broke out between them. Galina sought 300,000 rubles from Viktor in exchange for the previously gifted car, after which she would go and stop bothering him. She left the flat, as it turned out, forever after Viktor gave her the money. Galina's parents became concerned and began phoning her the following day, but she had turned off her phone. Viktor also did not return their calls. He didn't call the girl's mother to inform her of the argument until the second day following Galina's departure. After extorting a substantial amount of money from him, she packed up her belongings and departed. "I'll never be seen by you again. Don't try to find me. Inform my mother that I'm doing well." Viktor also told Galina's mother that he repeated what Galina had said in her final words. Galina's parents and friends were not shocked by her abrupt absence, because she was known for her flighty behavior and might go absent for days. He called her after she left, but the girl did not return his calls either, because the phone was initially only switched off. However, 3 days later, the police started looking for Galina Kolyadzenskaya when her father informed them of his daughter's abduction. The matter was enthusiastically taken up by specialists, and Viktor was initially called to the station for a discussion. Since he saw Galina last, he was able to address a number of questions throughout the interrogation. Viktor said that he had another woman and frequently argued with his girlfriend, whom he had become distant from. Viktor claimed that he was tired of his scandalous lover, who could throw her hand at him or slather his car with yogurt when she was envious. Galina once declared while intoxicated that if her opponent kept dating her, she would rip his hair out. "Galina wasn't killed by me. We did argue with her. After packing her belongings and taking all of our money, 300,000 rubles, she departed. Her whereabouts are unknown to me," Viktor demanded. The investigating team also looked at both of the young people's automobiles and the apartment where they shared housing, but they were unable to find any evidence of Galina's murder or blood traces. During the questioning, Viktor was even put through a lie detector test. Although the young man's evidence was muddled, it was not shown that he was responsible for Galina's disappearance. After questioning Galina's neighbors and acquaintances, the police declined to file a criminal complaint because they could not find any evidence of corpus delicti. But Galina had never been anywhere but Vladivostok. Her passport was not from another country. Viktor moved in with his new girlfriend, Tatiana, and began a new life after gathering Galina's possessions and giving them to her parents. Young people's affections were so intense that they made the decision to get married in 2012. Viktor finally shed his father's last name, which had burdened him since he was a young boy. His future wife, who heard the lovely last name in one of the films, suggested the Cohen option, which he found appealing. The vanished Galina Kolyadzinskaya was forgotten. For a number of years, a young married couple has been married for 3 years. Cohen flew with great joy. They had a calm and collected life, visited the mountains, and traveled frequently. However, once Galina vanished for 3 years and the case was reclassified as a murder investigation, everything changed. At first, Elena Kolyadzinskaya, Galina's mother, was not overly concerned. She was aware that her creative and erratic daughter could go far based solely on her mood. The fact that no one demanded in June 2014, based on the materials of the inspection of the fact of Galina Kolyadzinskaya's unknown disappearance, that a criminal case under the article of murder be started, may help to explain why the case did not become a criminal case for nearly 3 years. Employees of the Crime Investigation Department started to piece together different explanations for Galina's disappearance after she was placed on the wanted list as missing. These included murder and traveling overseas to work as a model. The police became aware of Kolyadzinskaya's ex-boyfriend as they were figuring out the latter version. As it happened, Cohen and Galina were frequently at odds. His relationship with another lady caused him to feel jealous of the girl. Additionally, it was said that when Galina was younger, she was organizing a trip to Korea. She had previously worked as a model in China and planned to stay in this line of employment. Since he was the last person to see Galina alive, ex-boyfriend Victor Cohen was named as the primary suspect. There was further reason to suspect Victor of being engaged in the crime because of the testimony he and the witnesses had previously provided at different points during the case regarding the circumstances surrounding Galina's disappearance. After being called in for interrogation on July 23, 2014, Victor was arrested and brought to the investigation unit. He admitted there that he had strangled Galina following another argument on the morning of November 14, 2011, then dismembered the body in the restroom, placed the remains in 3 plastic buckets, and transported them to a wooded area close to the Variag factory. There, he built a fire with tires, burned the body, and scattered the ashes in various locations. Throughout the interrogation, Victor Cohen acted with assurance. He cursed a lot and didn't use appropriate language when he spoke to the investigator about you. He related the story of his life, from infancy to the present, in an open and friendly manner. When he sat in front of the police officers with his feet on the ground and grinned, he remembered how he had burned and dismembered his ex-lover Galina. Experienced cops were astounded by his cynicism and calm. He felt untouchable. Victor complained to the investigator that his initial plan was to ground the body in a meat grinder, cook it in a steamer, and then flush it down the toilet. However, he soon gave up on this strategy out of concern that he may be identified and the sewer system would get blocked. He said during the same interrogation that Galina was interfering with his new relationship, so he strangled her. Victor remembered his ex-girlfriend as a unique individual who was an attention seeker. Her fierce temper might produce a huge scandal at home, and she frequently vanished in nightclubs. Galina frequently stated in chats that she would want a lovely life as an escort model, but she also refused to accept the claims that such job is impossible without the supply of intimate services. Up to a certain point, Victor tolerated all of his friend's strange behavior and kept thinking of her as a nice and fascinating individual. I was annoyed during Victor Cohen's grilling. I stood close to the coffee maker. As I stood there, I drank some coffee. I felt something change. There was only this one individual. I went home, went to where she was sleeping, apologized and began strangling her. She opened her eyes and began to struggle. After choking her for a while, I sobbed and left the house. Fear wasn't the reason, it was loss and frustration. Even though I was aware of what I had done, I remained composed since I am a reasonable person. In November 2011, following the interrogation, the agents brought Victor to his residence with Galina Kolyadzinskaya. That night, Victor showed how he strangled Galina on a folding sofa for an investigation experiment in the flat. He claims that because she was intoxicated and slept off when he was certain she was dead, she did not protest. He hurried out of the apartment and headed to his car, where he devised a heartless scheme to dispose of the body. In India, the bodies of the deceased are burned, and vehicle tires are frequently used in this process to achieve the proper burning temperature. Victor learned about this elaborate method of disposing of the body from a documentary on the country. Victor informed the agents that killing and disposing of the body was considerably simpler than he had anticipated. Victor was brought to the empty lot where he reportedly dumped Galina's body late at night. Cohen had to identify the precise spot on the girl's body where he had set fire to it, in complete darkness. Human rights advocates claim that he was brought to an area devoid of CCTV cameras and traffic, making it impossible to establish his innocence. Important information were also missing from the case. As Victor himself frequently noted, it was unclear how and what he used to carve up the body, because a regular kitchen knife could not be utilized any further. It was unclear how he was able to place Galina's remains in 3 buckets, how he transported them out of the door where everyone could see them, and why no one noticed. The Bygalovs, who rented the apartment to Galina and Victor, were then questioned by the inquiry. When they found out that the cops were in the apartment, they acknowledged that they couldn't get in touch with Victor. They discovered the apartment was empty when they got there to inspect their accommodations. The ceiling was free of occupants and their possessions. They discovered black streaks on the wallpaper, which were probably caused by storing automobile tires, and brown splatters that the couple believed were from coffee or tea. However, Victor Cohen, the captive, was unaware that a video camera was recording his interrogations. He later withdrew his testimony after realizing he had said too much on camera. He claimed that during his interrogation at the Karbasheva Street Operative Investigation Unit, they used illegal interrogation techniques to coerce confessions from him, and that Victor was threatened with harm if his wife Tatiana visited the same station. He went on to say that the operative cops had made up the tale he told during the hour-long interrogation, and that his phone billing from that evening was used to pinpoint the location where the bodies were burned. However, does the CCTV footage from the investigation unit actually show torture? At 6 o'clock in the evening, Tatiana Cohen drove up to the building. She was not permitted inside, so she remained outside. Around 6:30 p.m., Tatiana also entered the facility, and 20 minutes later, Victor was taken in for interrogation. At 6:38 p.m., the questioning began to be recorded. After 8 minutes of torture, he quickly produced a confession and conjured up a vivid, gory tale in great detail. Following the initial court hearing on August 11, 2015, Victor Cohen was found guilty of Galina Kolyatsinskaya's murder. According to the court's August 11, 2015 verdict, he was given a sentence of 9 years and 10 months in prison, which he was to serve in a strict regime penal colony. Tatiana, Victor Cohen's wife, became his most devoted defense attorney after he was accused of murder because she believed he was innocent. Every inhabitant of Vladivostok kept up with the news and even attended Victor Cohen rallies. People separated into accusers and defense. Even after hearing the heartbreaking news that her husband would have to serve nearly 10 years in prison, Victor's wife remained steadfast in her defense and refused to back down. During the court session, the revealing footage that was retained in the criminal case was revealed. Victor claimed that interrogators used torture and threats to get confessions out of him during court procedures, which led to the case becoming well known. Victor was discharged from the hospital with a diagnosis of ear barotrauma and concussion. His lover had been burned, dismembered, and strangled in cold blood by a young, attractive man with large brown eyes. Nobody was able to accept it. A man with charisma could pursue a career in acting. In fact, he was admitted to the Theater Institute of Moscow. Victor refused to study, as we already know, and he was characterized favorably by friends, classmates, and even casual acquaintances. Attorneys based their case on the fact that no human DNA was detected at the location where he burnt the body, or in the flat where the crime was allegedly committed, according to the inquiry. Witnesses even claimed to have seen Galina in the city after she vanished. The public was stoked by Elena Kolyatsinskaya, Galina's mother, who genuinely thought her daughter was still alive. She stated in every interview that Victor was innocent and that Galina would return shortly to explain her disappearance and where she had gone for so long. Victor Cohen argued that the circumstances surrounding the murder that were submitted to the investigators were wholly made up after the guilty verdict. Ultimately, no biological evidence was discovered at the purported location where the victim's remains were burned. Additionally, the forensic analysis of Cohen's residence and vehicle produced unconvincing findings. Additionally, the defendant supported Galina's parents, who believed their daughter was still alive. Ivan Mikolev, the defendant's attorney at the time, claimed that there was no objective evidence in the investigation. Nothing was found when the earth at the clearing where his client is said to have burned the body was examined. There were no biological traces found during the examination. Some of the case materials were later discovered to be missing as well. The lie detector data, camera footage, and inspection reports of the apartment and automobile that were acquired back in 2011 led Cohen's defense team and family to assume that the case had been reclassified to absolve him of guilt for the unsolved homicide. It was never discovered that Galina disagreed with the court's decision. Victor filed an appeal and started arguing that he was not a party to the incriminating crime and that the police had coerced him into making the confession. Tatiana Cohen started a massive campaign to defend her husband. She actively maintained social networks, participated in protests, and made appearances on a variety of talk shows and programs. In exchange for posting false information, she actively raised money for a lawyer. The case was sent to the Court of First Instance for a second trial in a separate court after the Court of Appeals rejected the verdict on December 7, 2015, citing violations of the Code of Criminal Procedure. Victor Cohen was also found guilty of Helena Kolyadzinskaya's murder following the Court of First Instance's retrial. As a result of the June 21, 2016 judgment, he was given a sentence of 9 years and 9 months in jail, with the option to do his time in a severe regime colony. Victor Cohen served his term after the Court of Appellate Instance upheld it on November 28, 2016, despite the fact that the conviction had been challenged once more. Following the appeal, Tatiana remarried, divorced Victor, and stopped having any affairs. It came out that her position as a wife was a well-planned game, since Tatiana started seeing someone else right after Victor was arrested. This was not what everyone had anticipated. Tatiana declined to respond. The court decided even though Helena Kolyadzinskaya's body was not located. Victor Cohen was duped based on circumstantial evidence, and there was a lot of it. First, Victor's confession, in which he states that he chose to grind the body in a meat grinder in order to dispose of it after the murder. In 2015, he went to the Maxim shopping complex and actually purchased a meat grinder and a pressure cooker at the Technica Dome store. Records from the store's database pertaining to meat grinder purchases made on November 14, 2011, were seized as part of the investigation, and among them was the last name Polavavi. The time on the invoice and the receipt from the store's database match. Additionally, the store administrator attested in court that the database was not altered with the intent to fabricate information. Furthermore, the verdict was significantly influenced by Victor Cohen's cell phone bills. Victor remained in the apartment from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. on November 14, 2011, probably dismembering the body and transporting it in buckets to the woods close to the Variag facility at night. Victor kept saying that after Galina departed, he contacted her, but her phone was unreachable. Victor last spoke with Tatiana on the phone at 11:51 p.m., right outside the Variag facility. Victor's phone bill, however, indicated that he did not call Galina between 10 a.m. and night. Furthermore, it's clear from listening to the court proceedings when Galina Kolyadzinskaya and Victor's billing is disclosed that, following Galina's disappearance, she received calls from friends, family, and even Victor's mother, but not from Victor. If it were Victor, someone would at least convey a message to his missing friend, especially because everyone is searching for Galina and Victor is suspected. Victor, however, didn't. He knew, of course, that there would be no response. Sales receipts for 320-liter plastic buckets with locks and lids that were purchased on the same day as the meat grinder were also included in the case. Sadly, the receipts don't include a last name, so it can't be confirmed that Victor Cohen purchased them. However, how could Galina fit into buckets that held 320 liters? The enamel found in the bathroom was another piece of circumstantial evidence. Galina was dismembered in the bathtub by Victor, who then used a metal brush to scrub the tub so hard that he obliterated the enamel after covering everything with foil to conceal the bloodstains. Victor claimed in the confession video that Galina had damaged the bathtub's enamel by frequently using acidic or alkaline cleaning solutions. Following her disappearance, witnesses who said they saw Galina at Sheremetyevo Airport in Moscow and at a shop in Vladivostok were later proven to be untrue. CCTV footage from the airport shows that no such girl was discovered. One of the witnesses was the subject of a criminal case under the article on giving false testimony. My only and primary concern when researching this case was why no additional clues were discovered. Even the slightest details are impossible to foresee and conceal. After all, there must be some evidence left if Victor killed Galina. The response was straightforward. Victor refused to allow the police to enter his apartment over the first few days. He moved in with Tatiana right away, and the apartment's owners were unaware of the situation. It wasn't until December 8 that he finally took his possessions. When the policemen arrived to see how he was doing, nobody opened the door. It took 12 days for the cops to enter the residence. Instead of using luminol, they just made things right. The apartment's owners began remodeling on December 10. Only on December 27th were the two vehicles examined. Remind yourself that on November 14, Galina vanished. Victor thus had a month and a half to clean the car's interior and roughly 3 weeks to clean the flat and hide his tracks. Therefore, why were neither Galina's remains nor DNA traces discovered? Experts have concluded that, under artisanal conditions, it is still conceivable to completely burn the person, which is precisely what occurred in this instance. Wild animals may have scattered the black fragments Victor claimed to have scattered in the forest close to the burning site, depriving the inquiry of the final piece of evidence. Galina was dismembered and placed on tires, where Victor set the fire at the proper temperature to burn the bones. Black pieces of burnt bone were all that remained of her. Citing the length of time that had passed, he did not mention the precise site of the campfire. He had simply forgotten. We would need to use a sieve to sort through a sizable portion of the forest in order to locate the body's remains. However, why? Nothing is known about Helena Kolyatchinskaya if the murderer is not apprehended for almost 13 years. The statements of the man found guilty of her murder recount the final day of her life. Where may Galina have gone if Victor Cohen hadn't killed her in the first place? It is nearly impossible to become lost in today's environment unless you are a professional in the intelligence service, according to seasoned, retired investigators who spoke casually with journalists. Galina had to be located in 13 years. She could not avoid leaving traces, even if she lived abroad under a phony identity. She would have been identified as she would have needed to be fingerprinted, even to replace her documents. Victor Cohen claims to have been tortured and married someone else, but he never once says that Galina will return, that he is waiting for her, or that she will prove his innocence. He is fully aware that the primary witness is not present and cannot be. Victor never once claimed that he was innocently imprisoned, that 10 years of his life had been taken from him, or that his cherished wife, Tatiana, had left him because she didn't want to wait for him there. He has no resentment of the system, no desire to defend his honor, and no intention of suing to establish his innocence. He is aware that no one will ever find the body. He destroyed it with fire. No proof exists. He acts as though he has done time for his crime, and this allows him to fabricate all these tales of the disappearance. He's clean now. What are the possible claims? He served time after being found guilty. Everything has been redeemed by him. Even in such detail, an innocent individual would not be so heartless as to implicate himself. Many people nationwide are still in shock at what transpired. Even though the case has now been concluded, they are continuing searching independently for Galina. Because Galina's parents are still hoping for daughter to return home, they utilize forums to advertise and occasionally share pictures of girls who look a lot like her. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On July 20, 2019, 25-year-old Jessica Camilleri, who resided on St. Clair Avenue in Western Sydney, Australia, made this disturbing 000 call. Although Jessica recounted a very graphic sight, the investigators found the call unsettling, and they were correct about the nature of the crime. Jessica also appeared to be relatively calm. Rita Camilleri, Jessica's mother, is 57 years old. Rita's life was also impacted by Jessica's struggles as a youngster, who battled several mental problems. Rita loved her and tried her best to give her a decent life, even though she had to deal with a lot of challenges because of Jessica. However, she could never have predicted or imagined what Jessica did to her on that terrible night of July 20, 2019. Jessica was standing outside her house, completely covered in blood, when detectives arrived on the scene. They discovered Rita's severed body at the murder scene, which was almost like the set of a horror film. What transpired that evening between Rita and Jessica? Was there more to the narrative? Or did Jessica act in self-defense? We start on October 12, 1993, when Jessica Camilleri was born as the second daughter of Vince and Rita Camilleri, a Maltese-Australian marriage. Christy, Jessica's older sister, had a typical childhood, but Jessica didn't. Jessica's parents discovered that she was born with an intellectual handicap despite the fact that she was intelligent and able to speak. Jessica's IQ, which was between 55 and 60, was much below the typical range. Jessica was in the bottom 1% of the population as a result. As a child, Jessica displayed deficits in speech, walking, and coordination, among other developmental milestones. Teachers noticed her deficits in language, math, reading, and writing when she first entered school. Jessica's parents eventually discovered that she was on the autistic spectrum, which had an impact on her empathy, judgment, and understanding of other people's feelings and thoughts. Jessica's social life and academic life were both hampered by her years of age group lag. Jessica began exhibiting severe outbursts of anger due to daily mental anguish, which gradually progressed into intermittent explosive disorder, IED. A deficiency of serotonin, the brain's mood hormone, was linked to her IED. It was a mental illness that often began at age 6 and worsened during puberty and the early years of adulthood. It was not just ordinary anger. Jessica only became uncontrollable in response to stressors or provocation of any type. She struggled as a child with complicated everyday tasks like grocery shopping, taking public transportation, banking, and taking care of the house. Jessica's autism caused her to become fixated on specific things. Jessica spent hours upon hours viewing horror films with graphic gore and carnage, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Jeepers Creepers. Her fixation with bloodshed only deepened as she watched more and more of these films. Jessica's parents divorced when she was a teenager. Because of the antagonistic atmosphere in the house, Jessica's father, Vince, no longer wanted to live with Jessica and Rita. He claimed that Rita was unable to discipline her own daughter and held her responsible for Jessica's deteriorating health. Even though Rita was at her lowest point at the moment, she was still able to maintain her composure and take care of Jessica after her father had departed. Jessica's frequent outbursts at school became more intense. Because she attacked other pupils and occasionally even teachers, she was suspended a lot. Although she primarily attacked women, she once bit a male student and would not take her fangs off him when someone attempted to remove her. It also didn't help that Jessica eventually had to drop out of school and be placed in supporting settings. Due to her inability to handle all of these situations and her frequent violent outbursts, Jessica was placed on a disability assistance pension starting in 2013. With no friends, Jessica was sitting at home. She would spend the entire day watching horror movies in her room. Jessica's outbursts required her to be admitted to psychiatric hospitals on several occasions in the next years. Rita took Jessica to Nepean Hospital in Western Sydney at the beginning of 2018. She experienced a severe episode of her mental condition and spent approximately 9 days there. They administered some antipsychotic medicine and lithium for what they believed to be bipolar illness. Unfortunately, Jessica would frequently lose control of her behavior when in psychiatric wards, resulting in her snapping at nurses and physicians. After she acted aggressively and paranoidly toward another female patient in the waiting area, this attitude resulted in her being barred from a doctor's clinic. Jessica stopped taking the medication that suppressed her IED by the end of 2018. Being off her medicine did not imply that she had regained control of her condition, even though there were no significant outbursts into 2019. Jessica had seen several doctors and attended a respectable number of treatment sessions by July 2019, but she had made very little improvement. Jessica's mental state began to deteriorate as her condition did not improve, and on Saturday night, July 20, 2019, chaos broke out. That Saturday started out badly for Jessica because her mother had been busy caring for a 4-year-old relative whose identity had never been made public. Jessica wanted her mother's full attention at all times since she was bothered by that child. Earlier that day, Jessica had gone to see Christy with her mother. Rita, Jessica's mother, made fun of Jessica in front of a man who was merely walking by on the way to Christy's house. This episode had already created a lot of tension, and when Rita and the 4-year-old child later arrived, Jessica's anger was greatly heightened. There had been increasing pressure. Jessica had the potential to erupt like a volcano. When everyone had returned home in the evening, Jessica had urged her mother to contact a doctor. However, the doctor arrived but was unable to handle Jessica's suffering and promptly departed in fear for her life. The doctor managed to escape the scene in her car, even though Jessica chased her down the driveway. After eating dinner with Rita, Jessica decided to order something else. Rita threatened to send Jessica back to a mental health facility after she was unable to stop her from calling the food shop repeatedly. Rita made her way over to the telephone. The attack started when she wanted to call an ambulance to send her back to a mental health facility because she had had enough of Jessica's outbursts for the day. Jessica became irrational in a matter of seconds. Taking her mother by the hair, she pulled her into the kitchen. Rita was wailing for assistance as she struggled to hold on to the wall to escape Jessica's hold. However, Rita was a small woman in comparison to Jessica, and all of her efforts were unsuccessful. When Jessica arrived in the kitchen, she threw her mother to the ground and began stabbing her with steak knives. The 4-year-old girl saw the horrific event from a corner. Amazingly, the child mustered the bravery to attempt to step in. Tragically, he suffered a knife wound to his cheek after he courageously leaped on Jessica in an attempt to stop her. He was later found in a vomit-covered room, obviously rattled by the terrifying experience. Jessica didn't stop until her mother's head fell off after she began making holes in her body. With Rita's head in one hand and 2 cell phones in the other, Jessica left the house at around 11:30 p.m. that same evening and went to her neighbor's. She asked the neighbor to contact the police after throwing the head outside and knocking on the door. She claimed to have brought the head as evidence. After that, Jessica found another neighbor who assisted her in using her mother's phone to call the police. Jessica handed the phone to her neighbor in the middle of the conversation. Jessica was whispering in the background while he talked to the operator on the phone for a few seconds. Jessica persisted in her assertion that she killed her mother in self-defense throughout the discussion. The first person to reach the crime site was Senior Constable Anthony D'Agostino. He noticed Jessica wearing a blue dress with flowers on it, standing outside her home. Her entire body was covered in blood, and she was carrying a bottle of water and a cell phone that were coated in blood. The detective recorded his talk with Jessica by pressing the record button on his body cam. She indicated to the investigator the location of her mother's head. She then began inquiring as to whether Rita may still be revived and whether the surgeons could stitch her head back on. Jessica didn't apologize. She questioned the detective if she would receive the death punishment because she was only thinking about herself. The investigator asked Jessica to tell him what had transpired in an attempt to calm her down. Jessica repeatedly asserted that she killed her mother just to protect herself. She claimed that in self-defense, her mother stormed into her bedroom and pulled her out by the hair. To support her claim of self-defense, Jessica grabbed a knife and stabbed her mother. She attempted to play the victim by telling the cops about her mental health issues. Rita's head was discovered on the sidewalk outside the neighbor's house as additional police officers arrived to look into the incident. The remainder of her mutilated remains was discovered in the kitchen of their St. Clair Avenue house a short time later. They characterized the incident as being of extreme severity and savagery when observing the gory kitchen. In the front yard of her neighbor's house, Jessica was taken into custody. According to the police, they knew the Camilleri family, but they could not have predicted or imagined what would happen that night. Detectives discovered that Rita's body had been disfigured following an autopsy. She was still alive until at least the first 90 blows, the majority of which were to the head and neck, and even when she passed away, her body had more than 100 stab wounds. However, that wasn't even the most graphic aspect of this horrible murder. Rita had had a piece of her tongue and nose severed. She had been pushed and pressed after both of her eyeballs had been ripped out. At the crime scene, the detectives discovered 7 knives, all of which Jessica had used to stab her mother. 4 of the 7 knives had broken during the murder because Jessica's attacks were so vicious. Jessica revealed the true reason behind her ruthless murder of her mother on July 21, 2019, the morning following the tragedy. She began by claiming that, despite having harmed numerous people, she had never spoken to her mother until yesterday night, when Jessica's mother threatened to have her committed to a mental health facility. After losing her temper, Jessica wanted to discipline her mother. Jessica claimed to the investigator that she had no intention of killing her, but things suddenly spiraled out of control. Jessica was unable to resist stabbing her mother when her IED took control. Jessica was put on trial before Justice Helen Wilson in December 2020 after being accused with murder. The jury was informed that the purpose of the trial was to prove that Jessica's mental diseases took over and significantly impaired her mental state at the time of the murder, rather than to dispute whether Jessica killed her mother or not. Tony McCarthy, the Crown prosecutor, said in his opening statement that Jessica had a history of assault. Even her own family members had been harassed and intimidated by Jessica, who threatened to use a knife to hack off their heads. Tony brought up the fact that Jessica liked horror films, particularly those that included brutal murder and body dismemberment. He went on to say that Jessica's intellectual handicap was just modest to moderate. Nathan Steele, Jessica's defense lawyer, urged the jurors to ignore their feelings and sympathies and focus their decision solely on the evidence. He claimed that Jessica had diminished capacity at the time of her deadly attack on her mother as a result of the impact of her mental illnesses. She had been seeing Professor David Greenberg ever since she was arrested. He was called upon to diagnose Jessica during the trial. He said that he could not uncover any indications that Jessica had visual or auditory hallucinations or schizophrenia. Professor David noted that although Jessica didn't typically utilize social cues to communicate, she was fairly specific about the specifics of the crime and lacked emotion as she recounted the horrifying events of the night she killed her mother. Additionally, he claimed that Jessica had a low sense of self-worth and displayed narcissistic traits and personality issues. Jessica had become an egocentric and self-centered person as a result of all the extra care she received as a child. She had a history of requesting attention, and her IED would activate if she did not receive it. It was not unusual for Jessica to be in a comparatively peaceful state of mind when the cops arrived. After she had committed an offense, her anger swiftly subsided. She felt entitled and had an irrational expectation that those around her would treat her well. She would become enraged when things did not go as planned. Jessica Camilleri became more challenging as she grew older. According to her sister, she stayed on the couch most of the time, refusing to get up when she was thirsty and requesting that her mother get her a drink. She overlooked the fact that other people had needs and feelings because she thought her impairment made her special. She was extremely sensitive to criticism and would frequently respond to it with anger or contempt. Professor David stated his diagnosis and added that Jessica's mother, who was now deceased, was her only friend. Christy, Jessica's sister, also testified in court. She stated that her younger sister had been brutally bullied by other children at school and had been diagnosed with several problems, including attention deficit disorder and dyslexia. She claimed that when their father abandoned them, Jessica's health began to deteriorate due to their father. Jessica was still relatively disciplined and in charge, but that all changed quickly once he left the family. Justice Wilson recognized the conflict between punishing a criminal who has a major disability and weighing the need for punishment throughout the sentencing process. The judge concluded that Jessica knew what she was doing and how gravely wrong it was, even though she had lost control. She said that a severe punishment was required because of the seriousness of the act, the great suffering done to Rita's family, and the need to keep Jessica out of the community. Christy was relieved when the judge stated that she felt some closure, knowing her mother will receive justice. Christy was certain about the nature of her relationship with Jessica going forward. It was impossible to imagine what Jessica had done to Rita. After a trial that lasted a week, in December 2020, Justice Helen Wilson convicted Jessica guilty of manslaughter but not murder for the death of her mother, Rita Camilleri, 57. On March 12, 2021, Justice Helen Wilson chose to give Jessica a relatively lighter sentence of 21 years and 7 months, even though the maximum penalty for manslaughter was 25 years. She would only be eligible for parole after 16 years and 2 months. Helen Wilson pointed out that Rita Camilleri's body had over 90 defensive wounds to her hands when she was in excruciating pain, just as she claimed that Jessica had demonstrated remarkable skill in mutilating depravity when she killed her 57-year-old mother in July 2019. Rita must have been horrified and appalled at what her own cherished daughter was doing to her. The fact that this crime was committed in front of a 4-year-old child was the worst aspect of it, according to Justice Helen Wilson. Jessica Camilleri would now be imprisoned for the next few decades in Australia's most severe women's prison, Silverwater Prison in Western Sydney. Jessica's mental state did not improve while she was incarcerated as a convicted murderer. Her painful recollections of her time in school returned after going through all the bullying and torture. She would frequently argue with other inmates and occasionally even guards. But when she was accused of assaulting 2 prison officers and causing actual physical harm as a consequence of an event in August 2021 and October 2021, things became serious. According to the officers, Jessica took hold of their hair and only released her hold after removing a large strand of hair from each officer's head. The injuries required the officers to be admitted to the hospital. Jessica was thus put in the prison's isolation ward. It was decided to issue a verdict for these felonies. Later, in September 2022, Jessica, who is 28, filed a challenge against her sentence in the Court of Criminal Appeal. She claimed that her loss of control during the attack on her mother was not appropriately taken into account, as did her defense team. Jessica's lawyer, Tim Game, argued the judge that Jessica's sentence did not take into account the fact that her difficulties were close to being considered mental illness. He added that the punishment was excessively severe for someone who completely lost control. Tim Game went on to say that Justice Helen Wilson erred in her sentencing of Jessica by emphasizing Jessica's understanding of her acts rather than the two psychologists' findings that Jessica lacked self-control throughout the attack. He emphasized his belief that Jessica's hefty sentence was a grave error on the part of Judge Helen Wilson. According to Jessica and her legal team, Judge Helen Wilson had done everything in her power to conclude the trial and take the easy route by rendering an unfair result because Jessica had already volunteered to enter a guilty plea to manslaughter before to the trial. Tim Game expressed optimism that Jessica would receive a significantly reduced term through her appeal because of the significant improvement in her behavior since her initial sentencing in 2021. Justice Wilson was correct to impose a severe sentence for Jessica's serious crime, according to the Crown's argument against the appeal. They went on to say that the only reason Justice Wilson did not give Jessica the maximum penalty was because of her mental illness. Jessica and her team argued in the Sydney Supreme Court that Justice Wilson had misjudged the seriousness of the crime and that the term she received last year was disproportionate, but Justice Peter Hamill rejected their arguments. However, with the backing of Justices Christine Edmondson and Richard Kavanaugh, Justice Hamill decided that Jessica should receive a new sentence. When Jessica killed her 57-year-old mother in 2019, Justice Hamill concluded that she only had a basic knowledge of moral wrongfulness because of her intellectual handicap and autism spectrum disorder, based on the testimony of several psychiatrists and a psychologist. He mandated that she be resentenced to 16 years in jail with a 12-year non-parole period. Although Jessica's sentence had been reduced, on September 4, 2023, the verdict on her 2021 assault of 2 prison guards was delivered. Jessica Camilleri's sentence for assaulting 2 prison guards and tearing out their hair has been extended by 22 months, according to a statement. Rita's life was challenging, but no one ever anticipated that she would be taken away so tragically, and by her own daughter, whom Rita had cared for and looked after for 25 years, according to Jessica's family, friends, and psychiatrists. Christy, Rita's oldest daughter, was profoundly impacted by her passing. Christy shared her views about Jessica as she recalled her mother's unselfish and caring attitude. Rita, who was 57 at the time of her death, had made the decision to live her life for herself instead of providing for Jessica and her needs. Jessica regrettably didn't live up to this ideal, but now that the only person who genuinely cared for her was dead, there was no one left to take care of her. Jessica had lost the only person who genuinely cared about her. Constraint, a dull prison schedule, and spending most of her time in a 3x4-meter cell every single day were all part of Jessica's impending future. Is Jessica's sentence appropriate, in your opinion? Given the absence of her mother, how do you envision Jessica's life will be when she is eventually freed from prison? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 2 close women in his life were taken from him by criminals, and he will always be grieving for them. It's said that lightning never strikes the same spot twice, but our hero has had the opposite experience due to a horrible turn of events. Jim Larson lost 2 ladies he loved 7 years apart to petty thieves. Twice, men who only ever show up in people's worst nightmares tear his life apart. His sister Sonia Larson, who wanted to be a teacher, started it all. Her first year at the University of Florida had just begun. She and her roommate Christina Powell went to Walmart one August evening in 1990 to get some necessities. The two young women were observed and followed home by Danny Rowling, a vagabond who claimed to be possessed and acting under the direction of a demon. They were dozing off in their beds when he broke into the dorm. He repeatedly stabbed them. 5 Florida college students were killed and disfigured by Gainesville felon Danny Rowling, shocking both the victims' families and the nation at large. There were more fatalities, but in our scenario, people forget the victims and only remember the serial killer's name. Her family was deeply hurt by the death of a sister and a daughter, and Sonia Larson's terrible passing never stopped plaguing them. The Larson family could never have predicted that the terrible, violent death in their family would recur, causing them to relive the trauma in their own nightmares. Carla Larson left her kid at daycare on the morning of June 10, 1997, and went to work as a project engineer at Centex Rooney. The day at the Florida construction site was swelteringly hot. Carla informed Cindy Harris, a coworker, just before lunch that she would be running a little behind schedule because she was going to the grocery shop to get some food and beverages for a meeting that afternoon. She left work at midday and went to the new supermarket on International Drive, which is close to Osceola. Carla Larson didn't come back to work for a few hours. She never showed up for an important meeting that she was scheduled to be at. Her coworkers became alarmed and started looking for Carla on their own, following her path back to the grocery she had intended to visit. They continued to hope that she might have been delayed in returning because of a little incident, her phone dying or her car breaking down. However, the search was unsuccessful. Around 4 p.m., Carla, her car, and her presence were nowhere to be seen. Cindy called Jim Larson, Carla's husband, to inform him that Carla had not been at work since noon and had not returned from the store. Jim reported his wife missing to the Orange County Sheriff's Office over the phone. When they were both in college 8 years ago, they started dating. Jim was enthralled by Carla's beauty and charm when he was studying graphic design. He was very fortunate to have found someone as considerate, kind, and caring as she was. They eventually got married because they felt the same way. They moved into a modest house on Orlando's Stone Court. After Jim's sister passed away tragically, Carla helped him regain his desire to life by pulling him back from the brink. She comforted him and gave him encouragement to keep going and find happiness once more. After Carla earned a degree in civil engineering from the University of Florida, they went to Atlanta and then back to Florida to look for work and start a family. Jim was hesitant to have a kid with her because he didn't want to introduce a new life into a society where people like Danny Rowling preyed on the defenseless. Jim finally found some peace of mind after undergoing a lot of counseling and receiving constant support from his wife. Jessica, the Larsons' long-awaited daughter, arrived soon after. They purchased a modest home in Orlando on a peaceful cul-de-sac. They put in a home security system and sturdy locks. To ensure that his family was completely safe both inside and outside their house, Jim even purchased a guard dog. Jim accepted a position at a nearby business, and Carla was sent to work on a new amusement park project in Orlando. They found happiness in the little things in life. Jim and Carla managed their parental duties without sacrificing their significant and taxing careers. However, on a typical summer day, Jim's idyllic life, which he had fought so hard to build, took a sad turn when Carla vanished. When Jim reported the disappearance of Carla Larson, Tom Woodard was on duty and got a radio call. At first, Tom, a seasoned officer, didn't take it too seriously because he thought it was just another domestic dispute. He nevertheless made the decision to investigate the matter. The sheriff sensed anything strange while speaking with Jim. Jim appeared terribly worried and unnecessarily agitated. The sheriff was certain that it was a normal missing persons case, unlike others he had met in similar circumstances. He assumed that Carla had either left Jim because of a disagreement or taken some time to collect her thoughts. But there had been no family problems, no conflicts. Everything was content and stable. Tom Woodard was unaware at the time that Jim was under a great lot of stress due to his fear of losing his wife, especially after the event in Gainesville and his ongoing struggles with the pain of losing his sister. He was afraid that a cherished woman would be lost as a result of this disappearance once more. They started looking for Carla. Given that Mrs. Larson had a 1-year-old kid and a solid marriage, family members emphasized that it was extremely unlikely that she would have left her family. Jim Larson, 37, stated under interrogation that he had been employed at Home Depot until 3 p.m. that day. Someone at his wife's place of employment called him at around 4 p.m. to inform him that she hadn't been seen since midday. However, how could a young woman, like the lead character in Sandra Bullock's film The Vanishing, disappear from a supermarket parking lot in the middle of the day? The missing woman was last seen going toward a grocery store close to the construction site, according to eyewitness accounts. She was confirmed to have arrived at the store and bought the things she intended to buy by a signed receipt. What transpired after Carla left the supermarket was still a mystery. She might have run into someone. Since the woman's white-gray Ford Explorer with the license plate TGX99V was also missing, investigators were attempting to ascertain the time and place of her disappearance. In the afternoon, witnesses also claimed to have seen a white Ford Explorer traveling carelessly on a gravel road close to a forested area. A Caucasian male with dark hair and a deep tan was the driver's description. The accused kidnapper was depicted in a composite sketch. Since the car might be a crime scene, a search team was dispatched to the area to look into it. Such incidents don't frequently occur in Orlando. The hunt for Carla attracted a large number of volunteers. The city's citizens, particularly those in College Park, were frightened when word spread that the young woman had vanished from the grocery parking lot. The volunteers posted leaflets at bus stops and grocery stores. The area around the store was searched by search teams. The search radius increased with every hour. Over the course of the 2-day search, a helicopter was brought in to survey additional ground. Even though there was less and less chance of finding Carla alive every minute, the homicide department and her co-workers persisted. After 36 hours of searching the same spot again, 2 of Carla's co-workers finally found something early on June 12. A woman's mangled body was lying in a marsh covered in a towel. One of the men described how, following the gory finding, he and his companion had exited the vehicle to explore when they smelled something odd but were unable to identify its source. From the little flash of his lighter, Jack lit a cigarette. The aroma was brought toward them by a modest breeze. After roughly 70 feet of leisurely walking, they located the woman at 3:39 p.m. She was half covered in sand, lying behind a shrub in the swampy region. It took the men a long moment to understand that what they had discovered was, indeed, Carla Larson, who had vanished 2 days before. She was naked, with a blue towel over her head and her long blonde hair flowing down her back. Her wedding band was the only piece of jewelry left. When Jim Larson and his family noticed the patrol cars, they began searching the area on their own. Jim was told about the discovery in the woods by a police chaplain. He felt nothing when the cops discovered her partially covered in sand, but nobody realized that the man was already burned up and overcome with emotional pain. In order to ascertain whether Mr. Larson was responsible for her death, the police were so perplexed by his actions that they put him through a polygraph test. Locals who had been keeping tabs on the COVID hunt, Carla even said that Larson appeared too aloof throughout the probe, but they failed to realize that he was just exhausted. Jim was shocked that he had experienced this twice. He stopped sleeping and eating. He had black circles under his eyes and had lost a lot of weight. The police brought detectives to what they thought might be the scene of a crime, roped off the area, and summoned the medical examiner. Investigators thought that there had been an attack after first examining the scene of the body, since the woman was found naked and all of her jewelry, aside from her wedding ring, was gone. So was it a robbery or an assault? In addition to stealing items, the robber also killed a woman. But first they had to be sure the body was indeed that of Carla Larson. Florida's extreme heat and humidity had taken their toll. The rain, animal activity, and insects had made it very difficult to identify the remains. The forensic team was concerned about the DNA evidence they could gather because the body had started to degrade, changing its chemical composition. There was not much time left. However, given Mrs. Larson's car had been last seen in the vicinity, authorities were almost positive that the severely decomposed body belonged to her. Jim Larson identified the towel found on the body and verified that it was the same towel that had been in his wife's car. Her handbag and regular clothes were gone. The investigators were greatly distressed by the autopsy findings. All traces and evidence that could have identified the offender had been obliterated by decomposition. The purported assault was not verified, and the investigation determined that strangulation was the cause of death. Could a car and a few pieces of jewelry really have cost a lady her life? Finding the car was the next objective, because the corpse did not lead them to the offender. It might hold the answers and hints that the public and the family were sorely looking for. It was determined that the white Ford Explorer bearing the license plate TGX 909V was missing. The press and television broadcast information about the car. The police were waiting for 2 weeks when they got an important call. 11:23 p.m. on June 26, 1997. A black truck was on fire in a Cocoa Beach vacant lot, according to a call. As the car burnt, it became evident that the black was not the car's natural color and was neither soot nor ash. Following the fire, white paint was visible in several parts of the body. Excessive spray on the tires showed that a cheap can of spray paint had been used to apply the black paint in an amateurish manner. After being taken to the police garage, the car was examined by forensic specialists. It was discovered during the inquiry that the torched truck, which was 62 miles from Orlando, was in fact white and belonged to Jim's victim. The car had been fitted with a radar detector, experts discovered. Detectives were able to locate the mount where the detector had been in spite of the fire damage, proving that the vehicle belonged to the Larsons. Finding the radar detector was the police's main priority. Before an unforeseen love triangle helped solve the case and identify her criminal in Central Florida, the inquiry stagnated. There are hundreds of cars that are similar to hers, but one woman's phone call caught the detective's attention in particular because of the strange tale she told. Angel Huggins and her family had arrived in Orlando on the day Carla Larson vanished. Despite having traveled to Orlando together, Angel clarified that she left the city without her spouse. Angel informed Orange County investigators John Linner and Cameron Wire that infidelity, violence, and drug usage had made their family vacation a complete bust. At a motel close to Disneyland on June 9, their family vacation came to an end the same evening it started. According to Angel Huggins, she was almost strangled to death by her husband, John Huggins, since she had refused to have an intimate relationship with him. He left the motel on West Highway 192 early the following morning and didn't come back until midday. John Huggins drove a white truck that was identical to the victim's car when he arrived at Angel's mother's home in Melbourne. In the midst of their divorce proceedings, Angel was enraged with John for his adultery. John had become engaged with Angel's sister when they were in Melbourne. Tammy also informed the cops that Huggins had been given permission to park the white SUV at John's friend Kevin Smith's residence for a few days. The investigators went to Kevin's house to ask him some questions because they were so intrigued by this narrative. However, his girlfriend answered the door as Kevin wasn't home. For a few days, Kim virtually proved that a white Ford Explorer had been parked in their driveway. It had been parked in her space, and she was unhappy since she had once lost control of her little vehicle while driving and collided with the Ford Explorer, denting it. The Explorer's white paint was still visible on her pickup. To determine whether the small paint sample belonged to Carla's automobile, collision specialists sent it to the lab. Since the paint from Mrs. Larson's automobile had been discovered on Kim's, this was required to demonstrate Kevin Smith's role in Carla's car's disappearance. The police had questions for Kevin Smith before they could prove his whole involvement, but they were almost certain that Carla's Ford Explorer had been parked at his residence. The person who had been operating the SUV had to be identified. Despite matching the sketch of the man who was observed driving Carla's car that day, Kevin Smith would not identify the driver. He added that he had been asked to temporarily park the automobile by his friend John Huggins. Upon inspecting the truck, Kevin discovered a radar detector inside. He tore it from the automobile and held onto it for a while, but he concealed it in the yard out of concern that he could be caught. Smith said that his friend John Huggins had driven the automobile to the parking space and that he had nothing to do with it. Kevin didn't want to betray his friend, but he was afraid the automobile might have been stolen. He was keen to demonstrate that he was telling the truth and had nothing to do with the woman's disappearance. Kevin voluntarily turned over the radar detector after he had a conversation with the cops. After more questioning by the authorities, Kevin finally confessed to locating the radar detector, erasing all fingerprints, and tossing it into the bushes close to his home. By tracking down the serial number, the authorities were able to collect the detector and verify that it belonged to the victim. The first concrete evidence that Carla's automobile had been parked at Kevin's and that John Huggins had driven it there came when detectives verified that it had been fitted in her vehicle. Investigators now had the radar detector, a paint match, and the car, but the crucial question was still unsolved. John Huggins was the top suspect right away. John Huggins has a lengthy criminal background, according to a thorough investigation of his past. He was a noted bank thief with a history of armed robberies. As it turned out, John was known to carry guns and had outstanding arrest warrants for robberies in Florida. Because John Huggins had a lengthy criminal history, victims of his past offenses recognized him when his face aired on television. Although he had conducted armed attacks, robbed banks, and looted convenience stores, the police wanted to be sure they had enough evidence against him before making an arrest, particularly because Carla's jewelry was still missing. To summarize, the victim had been found in possession of a pendant, a chain, a garnet ring, and diamond earrings. But the hunt for the jewelry was about to linger on until detectives got another lucky break in a phone call. According to Angel Huggins, she had uncovered a startling finding that might terminate the inquiry and result in Carla's criminal being imprisoned. She clarified that she had located one of Carla's missing pieces of jewelry after she and her mother had investigated the house. The police searched Angel's mother's home and the shed on the property twice after Angel called, but they were unable to locate any evidence that would implicate Angel. But the woman saw a screwdriver on top of a box in the shed when she was searching for insect repellent. She impulsively opened a shed electrical box and discovered the victim's jewels concealed within. The jewelry, the electrical box, and its cover did not have any fingerprints on them. Looking at the last piece of the puzzle, we see John driving a stolen vehicle. The attempt to strangle his wife at the hotel was picked up by the radar detector. The dates of their stay coincided with the day Carla vanished, on May 28, 1998, and the hotel room they occupied was right across from the supermarket. John Huggins was accused of robbery, kidnapping, and auto theft in addition to the murder of Carla Larson. After being indicted by an Orange County grand jury, John Huggins was taken into custody in Maryland. Huggins requested that his case be transferred, and the trial court granted his request, moving it to Duval County. However, those who haven't lost two loved ones don't see the world through Jim Larson's eyes. On January 25, 1999, Larson sat in his tidy living room in a peaceful, tree-lined Orlando suburb, the kind of home that most middle-class Americans consider safe, feeling a deep void and an unrelenting, numbing pain. Because he still has a daughter to raise, he still yearns for them and perceives danger in everything. Mr. Larson now finds motivation to continue through his daughter Jessica. Since lightning has already hit him twice and won't do so again, he fervently hopes and believes that the young girl didn't fully comprehend the atrocities that took her mother and aunt. He also prays that she won't ever feel terror or dread again. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. At exactly 11:23 a.m. on the morning of August 15, 1975, the Marple Police Department received a phone call. David Zanstra, a clergyman and the director of a summer Bible camp, was the caller. Gretchen Harrington, an 8-year-old girl, had vanished, according to his terrifying account. The camp was less than half a mile away from Gretchen's house in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, and she had planned to walk there. But she never did. They immediately launched a desperate search for Gretchen, but to no avail. Gretchen's skeletal bones were discovered in neighboring Ridley Creek State Park on October 14, 1975, 2 months later. The community was left confused and uneasy as the crime went unsolved, in spite of this startling discovery. After Gretchen left for the summer Bible camp, what happened to her? Would the truth regarding Gretchen's death and abduction ever be revealed? Marple Township, which is in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, in the United States, is the setting for today's case. It was home to more than 23,000 people as of 2015. The Broomall Fields and Marple Gardens are two of the many fascinating attractions in Marple Township. With a crime rate below the national average, Marple Township is a rather safe area to live. It is among the safest communities in Pennsylvania, with a crime score of 0.17. The story of Gretchen Harrington started here. Harold Boyd Harrington and Ina Harrington welcomed Gretchen Eleanor Harrington into the world on June 13, 1967. Harold, her father, was a Presbyterian church preacher at the time. Gretchen had two older sisters, Zoe and Harriet, in addition to her parents. According to Gretchen's family, she was a sweet, gentle girl who exuded kindness. Gretchen was in the 2nd grade at Delaware County Christian School in Newtown Square by 1975, when she was 8 years old. Before a terrible incident upended Gretchen and her family's lives, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Gretchen left home early on August 15, 1975, to go to a summer Bible camp program. There were 2 places in this camp. A guy by the name of David Zanstra was the pastor of Trinity Church Chapel Christian Reformed Church, which was the first. Harold, Gretchen's father, served as the pastor of the Reformed Presbyterian Church, which served as the second venue. The first church hosted the Bible camp programs in the morning, and David would then drive the kids to the second church. The Zanstra and Harrington families knew one another quite well. Both moms fulfilled the customary role of a pastor's wife, and both fathers served as pastors. They lived close to one another. In actuality, Gretchen's dearest friend was one of Zanstra's daughters. That day, Gretchen's voyage was unique. She usually walked with her 2 sisters, 11-year-old Harriet and 12-year-old Zoe, to the summer Bible camp program. They did it every day, but on that specific day, their mother, Ina, was taking their infant home after giving birth to a baby named Jessica. Harriet and Zoe decided to wait for them to return. In spite of this shift in schedule, Gretchen's father, Harold, urged her to continue attending the summer Bible camp program in order to keep up her flawless attendance record. Thus, when her father said goodbye, Gretchen started the walk by herself. She started walking up the hill toward Trinity just after 9 in the morning. Harold watched her closely as she continued along Lawrence Road. He had no idea that after she was out of his line of sight, he would never again see his daughter alive. On warm summer days in the 1970s, it was rather common to observe kids strolling by themselves in a quiet suburban area like Marple. People didn't even consider the possibility of danger. Children used to play freely into the late hours of the night. Without any concerns, they wandered the streets, went into the woods, and even took a dip in Darby Creek, which ran behind Gretchen's house, to cool off. Without the use of cell phones or GPS watches to stay in touch with their parents, kids would walk blocks to their friends' homes. Simply put, Marple was a very safe place. Many longtime Philadelphians opted to relocate there for that very reason. Gretchen was expected to appear at Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church by 9:30 a.m. in the 1960s, but she failed to show up on time. Harold's realization of her disappearance was the first clue that anything was wrong. At approximately 11 in the morning, Gretchen's pals arrived at the house's front door in search of her. Harold acted right away, since he was worried and couldn't see Gretchen in the classrooms or in the area. To find out where his daughter was, he called the Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church and talked to David's wife, Maggie Zanstra. He was informed that she hadn't been spotted, though. After this, David called the Marple Township Police Department and officially reported Gretchen missing. Bruma and Marple Township were rocked by Gretchen's disappearance. Around the next day, August 16, 1975, hundreds of individuals were involved in a massive hunt for her. This comprised volunteer firemen and dog teams that searched farms, wooded areas, and both sides of the creek. From above, a Pennsylvania State Police helicopter kept scanning the area, but with so little information available, the authorities were forced to end the extensive search on August 17, 1975, just 2 days after Gretchen vanished. Daniel Hennessy, the police chief, openly acknowledged to a local newspaper that they had no idea where she was. The entire town went into a frenzy as a result of this circumstance, completely upending the sense of security in the area. In response, family members and friends began handing out flyers to local drivers. Gretchen's most current school photo, which showed her with a missing tooth and a happy childlike smile, was used on these flyers. Due to the lack of information, there were many unsolved questions and a rise in conjecture. Did she flee? Did she drown in the creek by accident? Was it someone she knew, or could it have been a stranger? The mystery of Gretchen's disappearance left everyone puzzled and extremely worried. The police spent the days that followed Gretchen's disappearance gathering information and trying to piece together what had happened. On August 19, they conducted one of their most important interviews with David. In the course of this discussion, David revealed that on the day Gretchen vanished, he had in fact driven a group of kids to the church. He claimed, nevertheless, that he had not seen her that day. Gretchen's sisters, Harriet and Zoe Harrington, returned to Delaware County Christian School as August gave way to September. However, because they were confused of what to say, their fellow students found it difficult to approach them or have a conversation. When standard investigative techniques failed to produce any results in the face of such a heartbreaking circumstance, the police chose to take an unusual approach to find Gretchen. They sought the help of Judith Richardson Hames, a psychic. Judith was well known for helping law enforcement solve almost 100 criminal cases, especially those involving missing children, by using her psychic powers. Judith sat down with police officials in September 1975 and made a forecast that she hoped would turn out to be wrong. She thought Gretchen was dead, based on her psychic revelations. On October 14, 1975, 1 month later, a jogger in Ridley Creek State Park discovered a decomposing body concealed in the trees. When he saw a human fingernail, his initial confusion about what he had discovered was eliminated. As soon as the jogger realized how serious the situation was, he called the police. After examining the unique clothing found with the bones, Gretchen's parents were able to verify that it belonged to her. The medical examiner then used dental data to connect Gretchen's body to the body. Tragically, it was determined that Gretchen had been murdered. According to the forensic analysis, she had been severely beaten because her skull had many fractures. Despite the police's initial suspicions of mistreatment, the autopsy produced no hard proof to back up this theory. Harold, Gretchen's father, stood in the pulpit and gave a moving speech on Sunday, October 19, 1975, a few days after her body was found. He mentioned Gretchen's trust in Christ in his heartbreaking speech. He emphasized that although her murderer was no longer bound by their horrible deeds, she was now free from this world. David presided over Gretchen's funeral, which was a solemn occasion. Gretchen was 8 years old. She was buried in Johannesburg, Michigan, USA's Meridian Line Cemetery after the ceremony. Meanwhile, new enthusiasm for the investigation was sparked by the finding of Gretchen's body in the woods. Witnesses came forward to describe different people they had seen in the area where Gretchen's body was discovered. Men who had visited the area were described in these eyewitness accounts. As a result, the police were inundated with community suggestions, some of which seemed more promising than others, and others of which proved irrelevant or useless for pursuing justice. Investigators investigated a variety of possible possibilities, including closely examining local residents with past criminal histories. The evidence box at the Marple Township Police Department offices started to collect dust after they failed to produce any noteworthy leads. Reel-to-reel tape interviews, photographs, and memoranda were among the many items in this box that were pertinent to the case, but it was left dormant due to the lack of progress. The investigation into Gretchen's abduction became chilly over time. Sometimes a detective might review the case at roll call meetings or in their own time during a routine week. Every time, it felt pointless to search through the file in the hopes of finding something they had previously overlooked. They were frustrated and unable to make any progress on the case because the leads consistently ended in dead ends. The first detectives who had been investigating Gretchen's disappearance had either retired or died, so there were no updates on the case for many years. However, things took a dramatic change in the fall of 2022. A woman, whose identity was kept secret, contacted the Marple Police Department and said she wanted to talk about Gretchen's murder and disappearance. Sergeant Nick Coffin was in charge of Gretchen's cold case at the time. Consequently, this woman's message was sent to Coffin's phone when she called the Marple police. Coffin was told by the woman that she thought she knew who might have caused Gretchen's terrible demise. Suspicions of a potential connection were raised when she also brought up an attempted kidnapping episode that had happened around the same time. The long-standing mystery surrounding Gretchen's disappearance and death was given new life by this unexpected contact. State troopers scheduled an interview with the woman, who was designated as a confidential informant and only known by her initials, SF, on January 2, 2023. This interview would turn out to be a significant turning point in a cold case that had been unsolved for almost 50 years. SF claims that Gretchen and one of her sisters, Zoe, had gone to school with her. Investigators were also informed by SF that she had been friends with David Zanstra's daughters and had often visited the Zanstra home, often spending the night there. When she was 10 years old, SF recalled waking up in the middle of the night to see David touching her inappropriately during one of these sleepovers. Terrified by this unsettling conduct, she moved and caused David to rush out of the room. This unwanted touching happened again the next night, which is shocking. When the girls woke up in the morning, SF made the decision to tell David's daughter about her father's disturbing behavior. To her surprise, the daughter said something like, "He does that sometimes." Eventually, SF found the strength to tell her parents about this upsetting event. The Zanstrat family responded to the problem by moving to Plano, Texas, a Dallas suburb, shortly after Gretchen vanished. In the course of her interrogation, SF also provided state police with details of a girl named Holly, a neighboring child whom she saw as a friend. She said there had been an attempt to kidnap Holly. As the discussion progressed, SF showed the investigators a childhood journal she had kept. She had mentioned that a man had attempted to kidnap Holly twice in a particular diary entry, dated September 15, 1975. She continued to write in the diary that she suspected this man, whom she called Mr. Z, of being the one who had abducted Gretchen. David was what she referred to as Mr. Z. The investigation into Gretchen's murder and disappearance gained a crucial new dimension as a result of SF's revelation. Investigators were inspired to find 83-year-old David, who was now living in Marietta, Georgia, northwest of Atlanta, by SF's interview and her diary entries. David was interviewed by investigators at the Cobb County Police Headquarters in Marietta on July 17, 2023. Andrew Martin and Eugene Trey, two Pennsylvania troopers, conducted this interview. The tone of the conversation was rather amicable at first. David denied ever seeing Gretchen on the day she vanished, but when the police told David about the assault claims made by a lady who had written about her experiences in the diary, things took a different turn. As the discussion went on, David finally lost it and admitted to something really unsettling. David told the police that he had seen Gretchen that morning as she was making her way to the church. According to him, she accepted his offer of a trip in his green AMC Rambler station wagon because she had no reason to refuse. However, David told detectives that he took Gretchen to a nearby wooded area instead of taking her to church as he had promised. He parked the car there and told Gretchen to take off her clothes, but she refused. He then punched Gretchen with his fist, causing her to bleed and sustain brain injuries. David then acknowledged that he attempted to hide Gretchen's half-bare body with sticks after learning she was dead before he left the scene. Detectives were in a state of shock as they processed the horrific contents of David's confession. Following this startling disclosure, David was taken into custody and charged with a number of grave offenses, including first-degree murder and criminal homicide, because of his confession about Gretchen. At last, 83-year-old David Zanstra is in prison. Gretchen Harrington was kidnapped and brutally murdered by him in 1975, according to the prosecution, while she was walking to the Bible camp where he served as a pastor. In any case, David's admission brought some closure to Gretchen's destiny. It also brought up an unsettling query with far-reaching consequences. Could there be more victims for this man who has publicly confessed to killing one girl and hurting others? David had spent a number of years as a pastor at a now-closed church in Flanders, New Jersey, before moving to Marple. He had been a vocal opponent of sexuality education in the local school district's curriculum while he was a student at Trinity. He relocated his family to a church in Plano, Texas, which is just outside of Dallas, little than a year after Gretchen's remains were found. He served as the congregation's leader for 7 years. David then proceeded to the Living Faith Community Church in San Diego as part of his pastoral journey. In 2005, at the age of 65, he retired from his last pastoral position in Fairfield, California. Authorities knew that this extended tenure of leadership gave him significant access to and influence over young and vulnerable people. They were thus left wondering how much he might have done during these years. Although the Marple community had finally gotten some of the answers it had been looking for decades, many locals were not at all at ease with the unexpected turn of events. It had been far more reassuring to think that this horrible thing had been done by an outsider, a troubled criminal, someone who had come into town at random, kidnapped a little girl, and then disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. However, the offender was a well-respected member of their own community rather than an outsider. It was a devout figure, a husband and father to his own young daughters. The community's sense of security was further destroyed by this. Following all of this, Gretchen's family released a statement. They conveyed their appreciation to law enforcement for their continued commitment to the matter. Additionally, they expressed their desire that the person who killed Gretchen would be held accountable. David's legal team first opposed an extradition procedure after his arrest, but prosecutors, under the leadership of Delaware County District Attorney Jack Stolsteiner, asked Governor Josh Shapiro's office for help in getting the confessed criminal back to Pennsylvania. David is currently being looked into for any abuse cases. In addition to this case, investigators also collected a DNA sample from David, which may be useful in a wider context, supporting the investigation of other missing individuals as well as assault and murder cases across the country. One cannot help but consider the intricacies and turns that have transpired over the years as we draw to a close this horrific case. What obstacles must Gretchen's family overcome in order to find healing and closure after all these years? What about the criminal, David? How should he be held accountable for his acts in your opinion? And what effect would his arrest have on other possible abuse cases? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 3 young lads chose to go hiking near Wadsworth Park, northwest of Great Falls, Montana, on January 3, 1956, which is when this horrific event began. They discovered a car parked between 2 trees with its motor still running while they were strolling down a dusty road. To their surprise, they found a dead body. 5 miles outside of Great Falls, on Vineyard Road, the police discovered another lifeless person the next day, with secrets and ominous tales that plagued Great Falls for years. This enigmatic incident gave rise to myths and conjecture surrounding the case. What sinister secrets were concealed in the lives of the victims? Would we ever know the truth? We'll examine the convoluted case of Patricia Kalitsky and Dwayne Bogle today. Montana's Great Falls is a city renowned for its lively people and breathtaking scenery. The Great Falls of the Missouri, a group of waterfalls on the Missouri River, are the inspiration behind the city's name. With attractions like Giant Springs State Park and the River's Edge Trail, the city offers a blend of urban conveniences and scenic beauty. This is where the story for today is set. Let's begin at the very beginning, though. On January 18, 1937, Dwayne Bogle was born in Waco, Texas. Albuquerque Walker and James George Bogle Jr., his parents, embraced him. Dwayne was a Waco High School graduate who was loved by his family for his wonderful sense of humor and endearing demeanor. Fortunately, Dwayne's path led him to the United States Air Force in 1955, youthful and ambitious. It was probably his first job after finishing technical school and basic training. For 8 months, he served as an airman second class at Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana, which is close to the picturesque town of Great Falls. He had no idea that he would meet Patricia Kalitsky, the love of his life, while he was there. She was a junior at Great Falls High School when she was born on August 20, 1939, in the tiny town of Great Falls. She always had a large smile on her face and was regarded by her classmates as amusing, compassionate, and energetic. Patricia appeared to be gifted in anything she tried, including tap and ballet dancing. 18-year-old Dwayne and 16-year-old Patricia met in December 1955. They both loved to sing and dance, and as luck would have it, Dwayne fell deeply in love with Patricia while he was sent at Malmstrom. Even though they had only known one another for a few weeks, they clicked right away and dreamed of a future together since they couldn't bear to be apart. Dwayne was embraced by Patricia's family, and he even spent Christmas 1955 staying with them and participating in their celebrations. With great excitement and anticipation, Dwayne and Patricia set off on their trek to Wadsworth Park on that memorable day, January 2, 1956. Brimming with anticipation for their first journey together as a couple, they bid farewell to their relatives. They had no idea that their journey would soon take an unexpected turn that would permanently change their lives. Although they had intended to get home by 9 p.m., Patricia's parents became more and more worried as the hours passed. Patricia, who was renowned for being accountable and on time, had not returned by her customary curfew of 10 p.m. In a panic, Patricia's parents contacted her older sister in the hopes of finding out where she was, but she was nowhere to be found. They searched well-known spots where Patricia enjoyed spending her time, but she was still evasive. They began to worry about the prospect that Patricia might have eloped with Duane, just like her sister. As their search became more frantic, they hesitantly accepted the idea that history might be repeating itself, because they had already felt the anguish of betrayal from their older daughter, who had eloped with her lover years prior. Uncertain if Patricia had voluntarily disappeared or if anything more nefarious had happened, they were afraid of the worst but were also troubled by their previous heartbreak, so they were reluctant to call the police. 3 daring youngsters went hiking at Wadsworth Park in northwest Great Falls, Montana, on a chilly January 3, 1956. They encountered an odd and unnerving sight while strolling along a dirt path. The radio was playing loudly in a car that was still running and parked between 2 trees. The emergency brake was applied, and its headlights remained on. The motorist appeared to have disappeared moments earlier. Curiosity drove the youngsters to approach the car with caution. They were shocked to see a dead man partially trapped beneath the car, laying face down. They saw that what appeared to be his own belt had been used to firmly bind his hands behind his back. The guys alerted the authorities right away, and they hurried to the area to look into it. Being cautious not to disturb any possible evidence, they thoroughly searched the entire area. They discovered a gunshot wound to the back of the man's head when examining his body. His body showed no further symptoms of injuries, which was surprising. This implied that the murderer's sole goal was to take his life quickly without causing him more pain. A key piece of identification, the driver's license of 18-year-old Duane Bogle, was discovered by the police during the automobile search, and it served as a major lead in the investigation. Robbery was one of the many hypotheses that whirled through the police's heads. The fact that the car's engine was still running suggested that the murderer had made a quick escape after stealing items. Then, however, they had a horrifying suspicion. They thought there had been a crime more heinous than robbery. Since kidnappings were happening regularly at the time, there were worries that Duane might have been singled out for attention. The terrible decision to take Duane's life seemed to be the outcome of the criminal's initial plot going horribly wrong. The cops thoroughly examined the entire region because they were determined to locate any hint, but the predator had been able to entirely hide his tracks, so there was no sign of him. The heartbreaking news of Duane's murder was subsequently relayed to his family by the police. Duane's parents were overcome with astonishment and sadness at hearing the startling news. They were unable to understand how someone could hurt their cherished kid, who was always happy and adored by others. For them, it was an extremely painful moment. When Patricia's parents heard the news, they came forward and gave the police important information. They disclosed that Patricia had not come home either and was also with Duane. They said they were worried about her safety and wondered where Patricia might be if Duane had been slain. When the police first arrived at the crime scene, they found no evidence of Patricia nearby, which left them perplexed. They went back to the location and stepped up their search, since they were determined to find her. The following day, January 4, 1956, a road worker found Patricia's lifeless body 5 miles outside of Great Falls on Vineyard Road. The tragic sight was about 8 kilometers from the discovery of Duane's body. It was clear Patricia had probably been abducted. Sadly, her body had rolled to the location from the gravel road above, as shown by a trail of blood down the rocky valley. She had also been shot in the back of the head, just like Duane. The authorities had no idea that this was only the start of a dark and terrifying story. The police made the decision to look into what happened and find out where Patricia and Duane were last seen. They learned that on the night of January 2, 1956, the pair had been spotted together having a drink at Pete's Drive-In restaurant. The restaurant employees said that they arrived at 8:30 p.m. and departed just after 9 o'clock. During their visit, they were the only ones in the automobile. The authorities assumed Patricia and Duane had driven there voluntarily, because the area where Duane and his automobile were discovered was a well-liked destination for couples. It seems that their assailant had discovered them there and ejected them from the car. Because Duane and Patricia's murders were so similar, authorities were certain that they had been killed by the same person. The disturbing conditions suggested a gruesome execution-style murder, in which the 2 victims were made to kneel before being shot in the back of the head and killed. A disturbing fact surfaced as the investigation went on. Except for one misplaced shoe that had fallen off as she tumbled down the embankment, Patricia's body was completely clothed when it was found at the bottom of a steep ravine. There was no concrete proof of assault found during the initial inspection of her body, but as the inquiry progressed, an unexpected turn of events surfaced. Additional testing and analysis revealed an entirely different image. The revelation occurred when Patricia's body was found to have injuries associated with assault, defying the first conclusion. Additionally, they were able to obtain a swab from her in the hopes of identifying the murderer. Unfortunately, no definitive results could be obtained at the time due to technological restrictions. All of the test results and supporting documentation, however, were meticulously saved in case the mystery could be solved in the future. And further dimension of intrigue was introduced by the coroner's assessment. In fact, it was thought that Duane had survived the shooting for a few hours. It was thought that the shooting itself happened sometime between 10 p.m. and midnight, and Duane passed away tragically between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Authorities started a thorough investigation because they were committed to finding the murderer. The Great Falls Sheriff's Office's T.J. Leeper went above and beyond by purchasing a polygraph machine with his own funds that might provide crucial hints. To make sure it was used properly, they sent in a Seattle specialist. 10 officers dedicated their time to the case, working around the clock. They started looking for anyone who would have a reason to hurt Patricia or Duane. Catherine, Patricia's mother, revealed a troubling exchange she had with Duane on January 2, 1956, the day before his lifeless body was discovered, adding to the growing suspicion. The authorities were intrigued by this information and pondered whether the friend might be linked to the murders of Patricia and Duane. They managed to locate the friend and spent 4 hours questioning him. When they were unable to locate any proof connecting him to the killings, the police eventually forced to let him go. Furthermore, it was established that he was in his Texas house when the murder occurred. Unfortunately, the authorities were unable to identify a specific personal reason for Duane and Patricia's killings. Their investigation options were limited by this obstacle, so they turned their attention to those who had consumed alcohol the night before the killings and attempted to track down those who carried firearms. When all seems lost, 2 witnesses came forward with shocking information. They reported to the police on January 10, 1956, a man who was spotted returning home at midnight with a gun in his hand, in addition to having one. A glimmer of hope that they might have finally gotten a break in the case was generated by this information, but when they confronted the individual and spoke with him, their hope swiftly evaporated. He insisted that he didn't even own a gun and strongly denied ever leaving his residence that evening. Based on the 2 men's testimonies, the police had almost enough reason to arrest him. In a startling change of events, nevertheless, the witnesses did finally confess. It was discovered after hours of hard interrogation that they had been lying the entire time because they hated the man. They viewed this continuous probe as a chance to get what they wanted. The police were shocked and enraged by this discovery, knowing that they had to start over in their hunt for the real criminal. Sheriff Leeper had to close the full-time investigation into the case in March 1956, 2 months later, without being able to identify the murderer. The sheriff expressed his dissatisfaction and sadness for not apprehending the individual responsible for Patricia and Duane's deaths, but the lack of progress was discouraging. The inquiry went on, but in January 1957, the sheriff addressed the Great Falls Tribune on the 1-year anniversary of the killings. He expressed his will to continue. "I guess it's just one of those things, but we're not giving up. Maybe this year we'll catch him. He must have made a mistake. They all do. Someday, we'll find out what it was, and then we'll have them." Their families and the communities to which they belonged were profoundly affected by Duane and Patricia's deaths. Henry, Patricia's father, had emotional numbness and struggled to accept Patricia's passing. In an interview with the television program Hard Copy, Patricia's sister Darlene revealed that their father Henry was unable to deal with the loss or talk about Patricia. Darlene decided to treasure the good times she shared with her sister as a way to find comfort. Both families understood that nothing could bring Patricia and Duane back, no matter how much it hurt. It was really hard to understand the loss, and it seemed impossible to find closure. Catherine, Patricia's mother, revealed that for years following the murder, she and Duane's mother corresponded by mail. Because of their shared loss and sadness, the 2 families were able to connect through their correspondence. Meanwhile, the case had remained unsolved. Detective Bill Madison brought a new perspective to the 2001 investigation into the murders of Dwayne and Patricia. He found a swab from Patricia's autopsy that had been kept for more than 45 years in evidence storage. The swab was transferred to the Montana State Police Crime Lab for processing using the latest developments in DNA technology. Patricia had been beaten, as the lab shockingly discovered a cell in the swab that did not belong to Dwayne. Over the course of the following few years, investigators compared the cell's DNA to that of over 35 previously recognized suspects. But the DNA on the sample did not match that of any of the suspects. The swab's DNA was also compared to national criminal databases by the investigators, but no matches were discovered. They investigated suspects such as Boston mobster James Whitey Bulger, who had resided in the Great Falls region at the time of the killings. Bulger was previously arrested in 1951 for the assault of a 15-year-old girl. Edward Wayne, a convicted serial murderer who killed two couples years after Dwayne and Patricia's deaths, was another possibility. He denied any participation, although the authorities suspected he might have been in the Great Falls region at the time. When Bulger's and Wayne's DNA did not match the swabs, they were both disqualified as suspects. After 18 more years of investigation, a breakthrough was made, motivated by the method employed to solve the Golden State Killer case in 2018. Assigned to the Patricia and Dwayne murder case, Detective Sergeant John Caneron was adamant about pursuing the investigation. In order to obtain further DNA evidence from the swab obtained at Patricia's autopsy, he collaborated with forensic scientists. They embraced a state-of-the-art technique in 2019 called genetic genealogy with GED match technology. Forensic genealogists were able to compare the DNA profile discovered at the crime site with profiles in public genealogical databases. Thanks to this novel technique, they were able to create a family tree and find distant relatives by examining the common DNA. Making the connections between various people and their genetic connections was similar to solving a jigsaw. The investigators were about to reveal the suspect after carefully creating the family tree, but there was a terrifying turn to the tale. It was difficult to get a direct DNA sample from the leading suspect because he had already died and his bones had been cremated. Unfazed, they focused on the suspect's kids, who lived close to Great Falls, and asked for their DNA to compare. To their surprise, the children's DNA revealed that the cell discovered during Patricia's autopsy had come from their father. When the children learned that their loving father was to blame for the deaths of two individuals, it was a heartbreaking discovery. Kenneth Gould, who also resided in Great Falls, was formally identified by the Cascade County Sheriff's Office as the murderer of Patricia and Dwayne on June 8, 2021. Following a comprehensive investigation and DNA analysis, the authorities were certain that Kenneth Gould was the murderer of Patricia and Dwayne. However, Gould cannot be tried or formally identified as the murderer because he had already died. Rather, they were limited to designating him as the case's most likely suspect. This historic announcement was made over 65 years after the untimely deaths of Patricia and Dwayne, making it the oldest case ever solved in history, utilizing the cutting-edge method of genetic genealogy. The local horse trainer, Kenneth Gould, was born and raised in Great Falls, Montana. He married 16-year-old Lula Bell Brown in 1952, at the age of 24, began a family, and raised 5 kids. He lived very close to Patricia's home, and was often spotted riding horses in the neighborhood around the time of the murder. Gould lived close to the location of the incident, but his name was never in the police files and he had no obvious relationship to either Patricia or Dwayne. Oddly, Gould sold his family's land in February 1956, a month after the killings, and started a string of movements throughout Montana before landing in Missouri in 1967. He never went back to Montana after that. At the age of 79, Gould's adventure came to an end in 2001 when he died in Oregon County, Missouri. His life continued to be entangled with the mystery surrounding the killings of Patricia and Dwayne, raising doubts about his potential involvement and the motivation for the killings. People can have secrets they never tell anyone, Cascade County Sheriff's Office Detective Sergeant John Caneron said in reference to the case. Many of Patricia and Dwayne's loved ones had already died, and were unable to hear the news because so much time had passed between the murders and Gould's identification. Darlene, Patricia's lone surviving sister, suffered from severe dementia. When Gould was eventually found, The case's conclusion caused Dwayne and Patricia's family to experience a range of emotions. Gould's identification triggered emotions and rekindled old emotional wounds among the relatives, despite their relief at having answers at last. Karen Bogle McCarthy, Dwayne's niece, told the New York Times that her generation benefited from the use of contemporary technology in the case's resolution. Jim Bogle, Dwayne's younger brother James, has a daughter named Karen. As a child, Jim Bogle had always admired Dwayne. Since Jim died of a neurological disease in November 2013, he was sadly unable to witness the identification of his beloved brother's killer. The surviving family of Patricia and Dwayne was extremely relieved that they were no longer burdened with the bizarre hypotheses and wild speculations surrounding the case. The idea that Dwayne had joined the mob in Great Falls and caused their untimely deaths was one scenario that devastated his family. Additionally, there were rumors that Dwayne was involved with narcotics dealers in Texas, but Gould's identification ended decades of conjecture and rumors in addition to exposing the truth about who separated Dwayne from his family. Even though there is now closure, the families impacted by this tragedy still have emotional scars. How do you feel about this case? What do you believe might be the driving force behind the murders of Patricia and Dwayne? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.